Well, good afternoon, everybody. We're back here so quickly. My name is Jay Edgar, for those of you who are new over here, and I chose to come on here and finish out the rest of the Rittenhouse testimony, which it looks like they are still in recess. It's funny because they actually disabled the chat for the live stream over here on YouTube there. We're going to pick up with the PBS broadcast of this as soon as it gets started here. I actually thought that they would have been started by now because they said an hour, and it's been an hour and a half at this point. So, but yeah, we're going to continue off of this. We watched it over on the Daily Ignoramus for the rest of the morning. We went over there, checked that out. Go check out the Daily Ignoramus too, by the way. If you have not checked out the Daily Ignoramus, if you are new here and you don't know what that is, go and check that out. Probably one of my best friends on planet Earth at this point. So definitely go and check him out. Great stream. I know mine is a little bit dry sometimes because we do headlines and news and I swear a lot, but you know, he's a little bit more in audience stuff and doing some more of that. He's a great show. Go and listen to him. Daily Ignoramus every day, right after my show. So go and check that out. Yeah, we're waiting here for right now. I haven't spent 24 hours in the truck with you, KDZ. Not yet, anyway. That might change here somewhere at some point after this. Also, welcome back in Elaine Mervine, one of our newer followers over there on the Twitch side. KDZ is over here as well. Yeah, right now we're waiting for them to get back started. So once they are started back up, well, you'll hear it right in my ears because I have it turned on and turned up. I'm going to try and keep the commentary to somewhat of a minimum. I don't want to be like the talking heads over on YouTube. Plus, I got the day off today too, so that'll be even better off of it. Chilaga is back. Yeah, we're back over on Contemporary here. Yeah, this was, especially given the fact that I'm not at work right now, this was really important to me. I wish that I could have had the time and the foresight to come back and request just these whole 2 weeks off and do this. But of course, I would actually probably be downtown right now if I'd have had the foresight to come back and do this. I'd have just stayed in Kenosha for the week and found a place to stream from down there. Banning for caps over here now. Yeah, that's because we had the cousin fuckers in here for a long time. The toothless people from down in the deep south that don't like people that don't look like them, which is why they fuck their cousins. They like to spam caps at all, so I added that to the robot. Yeah, it was a wild time. Excuse me. Wow. I don't expect we're going to be eating the fireworks that we got out of the other stream here. I definitely don't think we're going to get that, but I mean, this is more like the Hollywood trials that we normally see, and I don't know. Yeah, no, it's an automated robot. It's not me. I didn't do that. The automated robot did, and they do that for all the caps, all caps lock, all cap spamming. Like, you could go ahead and type like this, I think. You'll be on a delay, so you'll probably see it before I say it, but... I mean, you can do something like that and it won't catch it, but yeah, once you do messages in all caps like that, it tends to catch it. Oh, maybe it doesn't. I don't know how the fucking rules work. I just know that them coming out there and screaming racist slurs and all caps everywhere... I wanted that shit to stop. And then they just stopped coming on over here anyway, so we're all good. I could probably turn that feature off, but, you know, it's there. It's the same thing with, like, spamming symbols and shit like that. And those were default settings for the Nightbot, too. Anyway, yeah, I looked into the Q Shaman thing. They're trying to get him with 51 months. So, 4 years and 3 months for what he did in the Capitol. And I think, for trespass. Unarmed. Came out, gave a peaceful message. I don't know. And by the way, guys, since we fundraised it out over at Steven's side, let's throw this in here too, as long as we're in here on a midday stream. I'm not used to being here at this time of day. I didn't know how to set up my lighting. I didn't know how to set the windows. Fuck, I'm still on my first pot of coffee right now, because I made that while I was watching Daily Ignoramus. Let's get this up in the chat for you guys. You guys could take this and share this out worldwide. That would be amazing of everybody. In addition to the other links. Yeah, it's always Twitch. It is every single time it is Twitch. And I expect we're going to get some new people in here on Twitch as well, especially when they don't Well, when they don't have the ability to go back out and spurg and fucking twitch the way that they fucking twitch out over on the YouTube side, I'll just bring that up for right now, what we're going to be watching here. You know, we're just sitting here with Kyle with a mask over his face, which he hasn't worn for the entire stream off of this. By the way, with my jury duty, I have to wear a mask, which is probably why I am going to get kicked out and not chosen for jury selection, because the only mask that I own is a gator that says, "Don't tread on me." I guarantee they are not going to be real big fans of that. But yes, chat is disabled for the stream, because I've been watching these streams on and off for the past couple weeks, and definitely the Fed boys were out there. They were trying to get people on board to say, let's hang that Cross kind of person there. And then the Fed guy writes down, scribbles the screen name down, and says, okay, let's go pay this guy a visit off here. Let's tap his fucking phone, because he might be a domestic terrorist. Fed's in the chat. Yes, absolutely, Fed's in the chat. So yeah, we're just waiting right now. We're waiting to get started here. What else? What can we look at while we're doing this here? I mean, this isn't contemporary, but we can look at some stuff here. 51-month sentence, urged for QAnon shaman Jacob Chansley. Q shaman. Let's find that video while we're doing that. Let's go over onto the YouTube. Hey, look, there's me on the top of the YouTube page with one person watching, and it's probably me. Remix Bros, Alex Jones. Yeah, the Q Shaman remix, that's the one.
I love you, dude. I love you, but you gotta let me talk.
Highest level military intelligence. Tell me more about it.
Oh, not this one.
Your turn to speak, sir. Are you listening?
Tell me about the highest level military intelligence.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're lying! You're full of shit! I will not suffer your Q people after this. Because you're lying! You're full of shit! All of it, dude! And I'm sick of it! I'm not knocking people who are into Q. I'm just telling you. Oh, he's part of a larger thing of Q. Is he Q? I understand magical powers. I'm happy with your wizard power.
Yes, Katie, I would love for you to come on over and do a RedNet show. I'll talk to Paul as soon as we get off of this, because I'm in a couple of group chats with him. So yeah, definitely we'll do that.
Oh no, from some small part of the larger Q universe. We're now learning the secret of Q power. He is a Q priest, is a religion. Q told us that Hillary was in a prison. He's a well-meaning person, but he's a lightweight. Jake the Barbarian, I guess, was his earlier incantation or incarnation. We have Q on the line. Q shaman. Listen, you're a Q wizard, a Q shaman. You are a shamanic wizard. We get that. A Q shaman. Go ahead, Q shaman.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're lying! You're full of shit! I will not suffer your Q people after this! Because you're lying! You're full of shit! All of it, dude! And I'm sick of it! Q is like people that look at clouds. One sees a giraffe, one sees an elephant. Highest level military intelligence. The almighty Q Lord, and you are his priest. I don't know if he's for real or whether he's hired in a kite. And it's always, oh, there's energy. So you got a bunch of Q-tards into the Capitol. Oh. Q told us that Trump was invincible. You said he was the Messiah. Trump's a regular guy. He's not Jesus Christ. They'll never, when they're wrong, say they're wrong. We have Q on the line. Q shaman. Listen, you're a Q wizard. A Q shaman. You are a shamanic wizard. We get that. A Q shaman. Really? No, you're full of crap.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're lying. You're full of shit. I will not suffer your Q people after.
Oh, I thought maybe we heard something coming in. There must have been on background off of that. I thought for sure I heard something come in off the trial window. Is that? Yeah, that's cranked up too, so that will let us know.
This. Because you're lying! You're full of shit! All of it, dude! And I'm sick of it!
What the fuck, bro?
I love the remix, bros. That's so funny. All right, let's throw some music back up here. Let me see if we can just maybe catch some of the other stuff that's going off of this, some of the other reporting that's going with this. Let's see. Let's do a cursory Google search of Rittenhouse. Let's start there. Yeah, NBC News, cancer. Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh, fuck you and your ad blocker. I will not take my ad blocker down for you, and you can suck my ass. There we go. Kyle Rittenhouse sobs on witness stand, says he gunned down men after attacks. Of course NBC is going to put their own fucking spin on this. And that's part of the reason that I'm doing this right now, because of course they're going to put their own spin on everything that they do. Why would he break down on the stand? Show memes. We could show memes. We could do memes off that too. Let's see here. Kyle Rittenhouse told Wisconsin jurors Wednesday he had no choice but to fatally shoot 2 men and seriously wound a third, saying he was stopping the person who was attacking me. He was! He was! Aimless Gamer is over here as well. This is a disabled friendly stream, by the way. This is 100% a disabled friendly stream. Maybe we could pull a page out of Steven's book and go find another disabled friendly stream to go look into over on the Twitch side. No, we're not going to do that. Because I don't care how people fuck over here. I really don't. As long as they don't ask me to join them. Testifying in his own defense, Rittenhouse said he was protecting private property in Kenosha and providing first aid on August 25th, 2020, when his fatal confrontations with Anthony Huber and Joseph Rosenbaum unfolded. Rittenhouse is facing 2 counts of homicide, described Rosenbaum as the person who attacked me first and threatened to kill me twice. What did those threats to kill him sound like? I forget what those sounded like. Let me see. Let me see if I can find what those sounded like. I think they sounded something like this. Oh, back it up, back it up, back it up. Cut the music for a second.
And Rosenbaum started shouting back at us that he's gonna, pardon me, Judge, for saying this and everybody else, but he was gonna kill us motherfuckers, motherfucking niggers, and cut our hearts out. And
I'm sorry. And dude, if YouTube is gonna pop me on that, I'm sorry, but this is fair game. This is public. This is public record. That went on Court TV, so suck it. We're gonna put it on there.
Rosenbaum started shouting back at us that he's gonna, pardon me, Judge, for saying this and everybody else, but he was gonna kill us motherfuckers, motherfucking niggers, and cut our hearts out.
She has been waiting 50 years to say that. Rittenhouse is facing 2 counts of homicide, described Rosenbaum as the person who attacked me first and threatened to kill me twice. Let's see what fucking cancer NBC has on there. Oh, thank you, Aimless Gamer, for the resub. Fuck yes. That's always a fuck yes. That always helps. And, of course, as promised, right now, all subs don't go to me. They go right into the Turn Some Pages coffers.
When you step back from Mr. Zeminski, what's your plan?
My plan is to get out of that situation and go back north down Sheridan Road to where the car source lot number 2 was.
And did you get back? Were you able to go
Double fuck yeah.
northerly direction?
I wasn't.
Describe what happened.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side, and I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski, and there were there were 3 people right there.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
Whatever. That's where I run.
We're going to just take time for our break anyway. You can just relax for a minute, sir. We're going to take a break about 10 minutes, and please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any comments.
When you step back.
Well, that's one of the things, too. Katie Z says, I can't cry at work, you're killing me. MK Ultra says, you can tell she says that with friends. Thank you for the resubs, both of you, by the way. Yeah, just looking back at this, I mean, even like the biggest and baddest libertarian out there that has the most guns, I guarantee in the same situation, once they come back out and defend the house, you look at the fact that you've just taken a human life. It seems so easy in movies, but there you are. And I think that's some of the mindset that some of them are coming from. It looks so easy to kill the bad guy in the movie, the guy that's coming to take you out or do whatever the hell in the movie. It looks so easy, but there again, you're holding somebody in your arms and watching the life go out of them. Or you're there standing over them, watching the life go out of them. That is going to make an effect on anybody. This kid is human. He did what he had to do to save his own life. He screamed, if I catch any of you fuckers alone, I'm going to fucking kill you, Rittenhouse quoted the victim as saying. He said, that's alleged victim, by the way. He said, I'm going to cut your fucking hearts out. As defense lawyer Mark Richards was directing him to describe the moments immediately before he opened fire on Rosenbaum, Rittenhouse began sobbing uncontrollably, prompting Kenosha County Circuit Judge Bruce Schrader to call for a recess. Let me just put a quick refresh on this page to make sure that they're still waiting. Still waiting to go live. Yeah, that was intense, dude. And then the fireworks that we saw between the persecution and the judge. This guy knew what he was trying to do, and we were seeing fireworks that were just like you would see in a Hollywood movie. That would be like Tom Cruise saying, or not Tom Cruise, who's the other? I haven't even seen that movie, but I know which scene they're talking about. Jack Nicholson. You can't handle the truth! That's that kind of fireworks that we see, or that we've been seeing in this trial. This guy's trying to slip something in here to taint the jury to do something else off of this. And then that's twice they had to get shuffled up out. And when he called for security, I didn't realize that the jury had been shuffled out because I was cooking and I was listening back at the time, but I didn't realize the jury had been shuffled out. So when he called for security, I'm like, is Binger getting removed from the court for this? I was waiting for a contempt call. Life to the Max, welcome in. He's probably also reliving being cornered and fearing for his life. Life to Max, you talk like you're like from somewhere close to here. I don't know, and obviously don't dox yourself, but you're somewhat close to here, I'm guessing, or used to be at some point here. I live an hour west of where this all happened. I live now an hour west of Kenosha. I used to live within a mile of it. Like I was right by there's a train station on 13th Place and 54th Street, and I was not very far from that at all. I could see that most days from where I used to live. She's from where I'm from. Okay, I got you. Yeah. And I like Kenosha, except for the fact that it is where dreams go to die, because they've taken all of the places for people to go to work out of there. Every place that somebody could reasonably, feasibly go to work in Kenosha has left. It's packed up. It's gone to either Milwaukee or Chicago. They brought in Amazon, but this is the kind of thing that's going to come out of a city like this too. It's where they're trying to do the Kenosha Improvement Project. They're trying to improve some of these buildings and raise the property value so people bring factories in, so people can go there and go to work someplace that's on the bus line, so you can work off from nowhere. I know someone in Pleasant Prairie. So do I, actually. I actually do. Yeah, one of my uncles lives right on the state line over there. So yeah, I know a few people from Pleasant Prairie. It's once you're out of downtown, it's actually not a bad place. It's just make sure that you've got your car in working order, because you're going to be commuting to go to work or working somewhere dead end in town, because that's just about all they have. A couple places out in Pleasant Prairie too, but yeah, that's part of the problem that we see coming off of this. Kind of hope they get started here again pretty soon. I know we're 20 minutes in and we haven't done anything but talked about Q Shaman and the breakdown off of this. Let's actually do what Katie said. Why can't I find your profile, Katie said? I suppose if I just go to my DM, I can find it. Oh, it's because you have a dot in it, that's why. There you are. Alright, let's have a look. Let's see. While we're waiting for them to come back from the trial. This is Katie Z, Katie.Z, KT.Z. If you're not following Katie Z on Instagram, do it. The memes are definitely meme worthy, and we'll also do the Arvolt one too. We'll go through Arvolt as well. Oh, you've already got a 4 Doors More Whores one out there. I love that. Your account has been locked for violating Twitter rules. Jump Kick Man! It is Jump Kick Man. My Twitter account. John is here. Iyama Fagoso. Aimless Gamer. Life to the Max. John. Play with Fireworks. I saw part of that. Yeah, let's go check into that. When I heard that during the trial, he's just a normal teenage boy. Yeah. 4 Doors More Whores. The hand up like that, I love that. That's the best part of that. It was right about here that motherfucker found out. It was. It absolutely was. Fine! I am bad with the like button too. Like, I see stuff that I like and I don't hit it. I scroll past it and I laugh. I need to do more of that when I'm on Twitter too, because there's a lot of stuff that I really do like that I never react to. I comment more than I like. Let's see. Add one to that one. And that one. What else do we have? I found this one while I was on the can this morning. The green text. Love the green text. All of this happened within 30 minutes. I never chased Kyle Rittenhouse. Okay, I mean I chased after people about to harm Kyle Rittenhouse. Okay, I did chase Kyle Rittenhouse. But I didn't have a gun. But I didn't mention the gun. Okay, I had a gun, but it fell out. Okay, I had a gun, but it fell out into my hand. Is that kind of like when a dude catches his old lady cheating and it's, oh shit, what'd you do? Did you slip and you fell down and landed on his dick? Okay, I had a gun, but it fell out onto my hand, but I didn't do anything with it. Okay, I had a gun, but I pulled it out on purpose and chased Kyle Rittenhouse and pointed it at him. Okay, I had a gun that I pulled out and chased Kyle Rittenhouse with and pointed at him. It was illegal for me to have. And then, don't forget the crux of this entire argument. Also, he didn't shoot me until I pointed the gun at him. Oh, you're one of those people. I am. I'm guilty of that. I am absolutely guilty of that. That gamer tag. Yeah, that was great. Was the gamer tag or the red? No, it was the TikTok name. 4 Doors More Whores. Katie said, I'm going to go post more memes in real time. I've got some on deck. Oh, good. We're going to get fresh updates on these. One does not simply fuck around without finding out. That was a good one. I like that one. Yeah, I gotta agree with Arvolt on this one. Wait, that's not you? maybe shave about 20 years off the granny there, and then yeah, that's possible. So Kyle is not a coupe guy. Apparently not. I am a coupe guy. I don't really like four-door vehicles. I've had a few. Kyle's a terrible mass shooter. He was stingy with his ammo. Oof. Oof. Come on, Schrader. Let's get this fucking show on the road. Get your people back in the courthouse and get this show fucking going here. And don't talk about the trial while we're gone. What else do we have? I loved this one. I shared this one back out. That one was great. Restaurant, 5 and under, eat free. Dad, he's 5. No, I'm 6. I loved that one. They broke at 12:05. Yeah. I wasn't sure when they broke, actually, just because of the delay that was up on the stream. I thought they broke early, like 11:30 or something, but no, I guess it is about that. Yeah, that one's amazing. I just posted 4 more, just for you. Refresh. I only got 3, but still. This is fun. Yeah, I've seen this one going around too. I like this one. Mother of Loudoun County bathroom rapist blames victim. You're 15. You can easily defend yourself. One does not simply commit acts of vandalism and get called a victim. Do you know they're already trying to do the white supremacist thing, by the way? Let me see if I can get back to that page. Yeah. Kristen over on Twitter, literally your mom posted that one out. Tariq Nasheed, of all fucking people, Tariq Nasheed. Oh, we're back in. We're back in.
Leave and re-admonished him on that. Prior to Mr. Rittenhouse testifying, this court addressed various things with not only Mr. Rittenhouse, but with the lawyers. You had cited various statutes, and then you had asked if anything would be coming up on, for example, I think 90608. One of the other things you addressed was 90404. And you had said that based on the information that had come out at the trial, nothing had changed as it relates to your ruling. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Binger stated, and we looked it up, previously, he said to Mr. Rittenhouse, previously indicated that you wish to have your AR-15 to protect someone's property. Clearly in violation not only of the prior ruling that you had made, but the ruling that very day, that very morning. It appears to be that there are 2 really elements the court must consider when making a determination on a mistrial for what amounts to prosecutorial overreaching. And the first one is the prosecutor's actions must be intentional in the sense of a culpable state of mind in the nature of awareness that his activity would be prejudicial to the defendant. I would argue to you that that's clearly aware of that. You had warned him, you had told him prior to Mr. Rittenhouse testifying that these things, certainly the 90404 was off limits. You had warned him about the infringement on his constitutional right to remain silent. He did it again. The second one, I think, requires some action by the court in terms of a finding. The second one says the prosecutor's actions was designed to allow another chance to convict. That is, to provoke a mistrial in order to get another kick at the cat because the first trial is going badly, or to prejudice the defendant's rights to successfully complete the criminal confrontation at the first trial. Now, the case that I had cited is a Kenosha case, State versus Coping.
Opening?
Yep. 100 with second, 700.
COPENING?
Yes, sir. In that case, the court didn't make findings regarding the prosecutor's actions. So I don't know that it's my role to sit here and say who's winning. I don't think that's necessarily what I'm supposed to do. But I think the court has to make some findings as it relates to the bad faith on the part of the prosecution. And if the court makes a finding that the actions that I had talked about were done in bad faith, then I think both elements for...
That's going to get jumped on by the mainstream media. Lee Greenwood's I'm Proud to Be an American playing on the judge's phone that he has to go stop in the middle of the call for mistrial. That right there is going to be, that's good. The mainstream media is going to be on that like fucking crazy. That actually might have just killed everything for him right there.
Mistrial with prejudice have been met. And I think under the circumstances, based on what I've put forth on the record, I would certainly ask the court to consider those. And I would ask the court grant the motion with prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you. State?
Your Honor, I would like an opportunity to more fully respond to this with a little bit of research. At first blush, though, and I reserve the right to present case law and additional cites to the court, but I do want to point out for the record that the defendant has presented interviews to at least one media source and at least one online source since his arrest. And there have been questions about that night. There have been questions about what he did, things like that. He has decided, probably on advice of counsel in those circumstances, not to give a statement in the media about what happened. But he is talking about his family life, he's talking about his friends, he's talking about the circumstances of the case, he's talking about how this has affected him and things like that. So my point in asking those questions was, you have agreed to talk to the media, you've agreed to talk about yourself, you've agreed to give interviews, but until now, this is the first time you're explaining your actions. And so I wasn't referring to his in-custody statements. In fact, I never asked either detective about what the defendant told them. He actually starts to tell them some things, and then he says he wants a lawyer, and they stop him. They Mirandize him first, by the way. Then he starts to tell them some things, and he says, but I want to talk to my lawyer, and they're like, okay, we're done. So I'm not referring to that. I didn't ask any questions of the detectives about that. But since this, the defendant has spoken to the media. He has talked about his life, about circumstances related to this case. He just hasn't given his exact version of events that night. So his voluntary discussion to speak to the media has nothing to do with the Fifth Amendment. That is his own decision. And if he's going to pick and choose what he wants to talk about in those voluntary interviews with the media, then I think that's fair game. It doesn't implicate his Miranda rights. It doesn't implicate the Fifth Amendment. He's making his own voluntary choice.
Well, wait a minute. You don't think he could give an interview about his awards he won in high school, or his demerits that he got, or his and about his sports activities and his swimming and that, and declined to answer any questions about the incident in question, and that somehow a waiver of his right of silence?
I think he's doing more than that, Your Honor, in these interviews.
I don't know. I knew nothing about them. I never, I haven't seen I haven't seen probably 1% of all the evidence, which is pretty typical, as you know. So I have no way of knowing it. You have some interviews that he gave to media or to whatever?
Yeah, there's an interview that we're looking at on our computer right now from the Washington Post, where he talks to them. I know there's one, I think it's either the New Yorker or the GQ magazine, where he speaks to the reporters also. And he doesn't go into specific details about what happened that night, but it's not like it's talking about school or swimming or things like that.
Well, no. Just don't leave it at he doesn't go into specific details. I mean, it's Certainly there could be a waiver, but a very modest discussion about the activities of that night. And if you're suggesting that occurred, that could make a big difference. But even a small discussion on his part of the night in question might be a full waiver. I don't know, but I won't know until I see it. But why don't you make copies of it and.
Can we have a few minutes to
Well, we won't do it right now. I do agree with you that this is not something that I would want to do sitting here without giving you an opportunity to respond. Although I would be interested in your preliminary response to the excluded evidence that you touched on after having been told not to do it, or having been told that I was confirming my prior rulings.
I do want to just point out right now, we've got it on the screen. This is a Washington Post article, and there's a reference to an interview that he says, the defendant says he did not regret having his gun because, quote, I would have died that night if I didn't, end quote. So that's a direct quote from the defendant to the media about that night.
He would have died that night if he didn't have his gun, you disingenuous fucking prick. I think Katie is right, by the way. They're not on trial right now, trying whether or not Kyle Rittenhouse is guilty. They've already decided that. They're trying right now as to whether or not you have a right to defend yourself.
What about that?
Your Honor, all I can say about that interview is there were prior counsel representing him.
I don't care about that.
Well, and I believe it was a telephone interview. I don't know anything about the circumstances of that. I'd have to read the article.
Well, that might make a difference. And what about the you're asking questions about excluded evidence?
Your Honor, we went over this earlier, and I don't want to repeat myself because I know you've heard me, but if I could just summarize. I did hear you talk about that evidence this morning before testimony. The defendant then took the stand. He admitted that he had said to the person in the yellow pants that he had pointed the gun at that person. I have seen that video. It was actually introduced by the defense. I think it was even in their opening statement. And there's this person who confronts the defendant and accuses him of this. Frankly, to be honest, Your Honor, when I watched the video the first time, I didn't hear the defendant's reaction. I thought it was someone making an accusation and then the defendant walking away as if trying to avoid a confrontation. I was surprised to hear the defendant admit in his testimony, on direct, by his attorney, that yes, I did tell that person that I had pointed the gun at them. He explained then that he was joking when he said that. The jury can evaluate that. It goes to his credibility. It goes to whether or not he's telling the truth. It goes to his decision making. That is, again, this is an incident that occurred that night, so it's not something that happened separate in time. It presumably happened a few minutes before. But like I said, I was taken aback by the defendant admitting that he had said to this person, yes, I pointed a gun at you. And I think it's fair to say that watching that video, that person, believes strongly that this happened. The defendant is telling him it happened. Now the defendant today is giving us a different version and saying, oh, I made it, I was joking, I was just kidding that guy or whatever. I'd like to probe that. I'd like to probe what he said to that person. I'd like to probe what his
Yeah, he'd sure like to go probe a young boy, wouldn't he?
motivations were, etc. I'd like to probe whether, in fact, he really did do that. And I think that changes the equation with regard to the CDS video that was the subject of the other act's motion. Because in my mind, it is very similar. And I know we've disagreed on that, and I'm not going to belabor the point, Your Honor, but that was where I was coming from, was there's been a change in the testimony of the defendant today that I think makes that evidence, it's admissible and much more relevant than it already was. And I thought it was already relevant. And the court is... I do want to be clear
So
also...
I'm just here on the sidelines, just...
Well,
Yeah, I had made a ruling that the evidence wasn't coming in, and you decided that it was.
If I could just respond to that briefly, Your Honor, I was about to say, I did not interpret your ruling as an absolute. We've had 3 state motions in limine. There was one in which we asked the court to introduce evidence that the defendant was at Pudgy's bar with Proud Boys, and you were clear that is not coming in. There was.
Don't get into other subjects. Come on, what you're telling me, you're an experienced trial attorney, and you're telling me that when the judge says, I'm excluding this, you just take it upon yourself to put it in because you think that you've found a way around it? Come on.
If I may finish, Your Honor, I was about to say that your ruling on our 3 motions and other acts motions was there were some gradations there. That you were clear that some things were absolutely out, and then you left the door open on other things. So I saw that distinction, and I thought to myself, clearly I know this is out, but you left the door open on other things. So I didn't interpret your ruling as this is absolutely never coming in, and I have practiced before you, Your Honor. I have filed other acts motions before you. Your practice oftentimes is to reserve ruling on those until you see the evidence. And I think you even said something to that effect at our motion.
I undoubtedly did.
So I thought this is my good faith explanation to you, and if you want to yell at me, you can. My good faith feeling this morning after watching that testimony
What a fucking
you
prick.
had left the door open a little bit. Now we had something new, and I was going to probe it.
I don't believe you. There better not be another incident. I'll take the motion under advisement. And you can respond. When you say that you were acting in good faith, I don't believe that, okay? Let's proceed. Everybody in good faith. All right. Would you come up, please, Mr. Rittenhouse?
I do have,
Yeah.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I do have another item that
I do have another.
before the jury comes in and raise it with you. There
What a
was
fucking
another
soy
motion
bitch.
with regard to the defendant being at Pudgy's bar after a court appearance in January,
Oh,
in which
Jesus.
he poses for selfies wearing a shirt that says "free as fuck." I would like to ask the defendant if he posed for selfies after a court appearance with members of the public wearing that shirt. I do not intend to talk about who those people were, what groups they were.
Bullshit, you don't.
Anything along those lines. But
Bullshit,
I
you
believe
don't.
That it is relevant when the defendant goes to a bar after a court appearance and poses for selfies wearing a shirt like that. I think it is relevant to some of the issues that have come up in this case. For example, his remorse or lack of remorse, his utter disregard for human life. Those are things that I think it comes into play because I think that behavior is not consistent with someone who has a regard for human life. The jury has already watched him break down on the stand with emotion. I'd like to probe how heartfelt and sincere these emotions are when you go to a bar and you pose for selfies with people, when you're out on bond in a first-degree intentional homicide trial wearing a free as fuck shirt. So, as I said, I want to use the photograph. I'm not going to talk about any of the people or who they were from. In fact, the photograph I'm going to use has actually got their faces blocked out, so we won't see any of the people in the crowd. We'll just see the defendant standing with a group of people for a selfie with that shirt on. That's as far as I want to go.
Handle this issue.
Nobody got an opportunity. First of all, you've made a ruling on it, and it was clear prior to him testifying. So part of this is, would we have raised it? Would we have brought it up if we would have known that it was going to be coming in? We have done there's been nothing to open this door, Judge. Nothing that has been said to open the door about what happened 4 months after this is relevant in any way to what happened that evening. That is part of what the court had ruled. You had said 4 months after, I don't see how that goes to any 90404 type of admissible evidence. So my argument is, A, you ruled on it previous to him testifying. You confirmed your ruling, which you had made previously, where Mr. Binger just said you had shut the door on it. So apparently he doesn't believe a door that is shut should stay shut. However, now he's asking that something be admitted that, to be fair, this should have been brought up sooner. this jury, I did the voir dire, I would have voir dired on an issue of whether or not they heard it, saw it, were aware of it, how they felt about it, whether it had an impact on their ability to be fair in the case. We never went there because of your prior ruling. So there's nothing that's opened this door, and I don't think it's relevant, something that happened 4 months later. He talks about indifference to human life. That's that night, not 4 months later. There's nothing that's relevant about that. You've already made your ruling. I ask that you stick with it.
I'm struggling with why it would be relevant to any of the issues in this case. If he were on trial for using exquisitely bad judgment, if he were on trial for behaving in a very offensive way, then I could see the purpose. But an incident that occurred 4 months after the incidents in question, I don't see how that jury can work with that in reaching any conclusions about the issues in this case.
First of all, Your Honor, we have introduced evidence that the defendant had a slogan on his TikTok page, "Bro, I'm just trying to be famous." This case has made him famous, and he's posing for selfies as a result. One of our theories of this case is that his behavior that night was intended to gain attention, to be famous, and he's reaped the benefits of that. Second of all, he is on trial, in my opinion, for exquisitely poor decision-making. Taking a gun that he's not legally entitled to have, coming down in violation of the curfew, running around the community with that gun, trying to
Curfew's already been dismissed.
Not confronting protesters that he knows are hostile, and all of those behaviors, I think, are exquisitely bad judgment. So the jury can make that decision. The jury can give what weight they want to this evidence, but it's moments after he has a court appearance here. He's out on bond in this case when he decides to do this behavior, and nobody made him do it. Nobody forced him to go to the bar. Nobody forced him to wear the shirt. Nobody forced him to pose for selfies. It's his own decision making.
When I made reference to exquisitely poor judgment, I was talking about at the incident when he was wearing the shirt, because everybody in all of humanity, at one time or another, displays bad judgment, sometimes exquisitely bad judgment, and we don't let it into people's trials on unrelated matters. So I wasn't referring to his having had good or bad judgment on the day in question. That's a legitimate inquiry, and you're being allowed to present a lot of evidence on that subject. And the jury is going to be instructed in some of the element of some of the crimes that are charged here is going to deal with the caliber of his judgment. But you're talking about an incident that occurred 4 months later. So I'm not seeing it, and I don't want to waste any more time with it. I don't think that I've ruled before it's not admissible, and I have heard nothing to change my mind about that.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose than it is today. The court has ruled that it can't be admitted for the prior purpose, but I am seeking to introduce it for a different purpose today.
And that request is denied.
Thank you.
Okay? Are we ready to go?
What a soy bitch. My star witness just destroyed my case. Now let me admit some other evidence here so I can try to piece something together back up out of this. The soy is so strong with this one. Why is it muted again? I have no idea. Turn the volume back on so we can hear this asshole get slapped around again. I think we're ready for a mistrial. I really do. And I've seen some other people over on Twitter that are saying that that this is time for a mistrial. What are your opinions about this case? I've made that very poignantly clear on my other streams off of this, so I'm going to try and stay objective off this, but I've not seen anything to indicate malice so far coming out of any witnesses. And this is me looking back and looking into clearing what I've thought about this for a year. I have yet to see the prosecution present anything that presents any form of malice, which is required for first-degree homicide. Any sort of intentional malice. I have seen positions of... Oh, we gotta listen to this guy.
Sustain the objection to the last, so let's proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Good afternoon.
You testified earlier that there were times that evening when Mr. Rosenbaum had threatened you. Is that right?
Yes.
And you described him as wearing a red shirt with a blue bandana. Is that correct?
At certain times.
Yeah. When he threatened you, that's what he was wearing?
I believe the first time he threatened me, he was wearing a red shirt with the blue bandana. The second time, he had it wrapped around his face.
Had what wrapped around his face?
His T-shirt.
So he wasn't wearing a shirt the second time around?
Correct.
And you indicated at one point you thought he had a chain in his hand?
I believe so.
When he made the threat to you with the red shirt on and the blue bandana, did he have the chain in his hand?
I think one of the times he did.
Okay, and so which of the times was it?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I think it was the time when he was threatening to cut people's hearts out.
And I don't need to know the threat, I just need to know which time it was. Was it the first time or the second time?
Second time. The second time.
What was he wearing the second time?
He was masked. Well, the shirt wrapped around his face.
And he didn't have a shirt on his torso?
Correct.
Okay. And you could see when he didn't have a shirt on his torso that he didn't have any gun tucked in his waistband, correct?
I wasn't paying attention to that. I was behind Joanne Fiedler. I was somewhere over there.
So how far away were you from Mr. Rosenbaum when he made the second threat?
By 10, 15 feet. I'm not really certain.
But you were close enough to hear the words out of his mouth?
Yes.
And you took that as a threat to you personally?
I took the first one where he said, if I catch you alone, I'm going to kill you. I took that as a threat to me personally. The second time, I took that as a threat to the group.
Can we have that photo, Exhibit 138, up on the screen, please? Do you see Mr. Rosenbaum in this picture?
I do.
And he's in the middle of the picture wearing the red shirt with the blue bandana, carrying the plastic bag, correct?
Yes.
Is that the way he looked when he made the first threat to you?
When he said, if I catch you alone, yes.
And he was carrying that plastic bag with him when he made that threat too, correct?
Correct.
How close was he when he made that first threat to you?
Close. I couldn't give you an exact estimate, but he was close, less than 5 feet.
So closer than Madam Court Reporter is to you now?
I'd say about the same, if not a little bit closer.
And you were next to Mr. Balch when that was said?
Correct.
Was anyone else there besides you, Mr. Balch, and Mr. Rosenbaum?
I believe there were other demonstrators around.
And you've seen in this trial that there's been a lot of video footage of that night, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen in this trial that there's a lot of video footage of you that night, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that there's no video of either one of these threats, correct?
I don't know if somebody filmed it that I'm aware of right now.
You're not aware of any, are you?
I'm not.
So, Mr. Rosenbaum looked like that at the time of the first threat, but then looked different at the time of the second threat? Is that right?
Yes.
And did you say he was carrying the chain when he made the first threat or the second one?
The second.
Okay. And he was still carrying that plastic bag the second time?
Yes.
That plastic bag has a clear side to it that allows you to see inside of it, right?
Sorta. I didn't really look into the bag.
So you didn't know what was in the bag at all?
I didn't.
Did he swing the chain at you when he made the second threat?
He did not.
Did he physically touch you when he made the second threat?
No, he didn't.
In fact, that entire evening, he never once touched your body, did he?
He grabbed my gun when he attacked me.
And that's why I asked the question the way I did. He never touched your body that night, correct?
He didn't touch me physically.
Okay. And neither the first or the second time did he run at you or charge at you or anything like that, did he?
He didn't chase me.
He didn't even do anything physically aggressive to you, did he?
No.
He just said some words.
Yes.
And that chain that he had in his hand, he never did anything to physically.
Kyle also didn't shoot him when he didn't do these things that he was saying at the time.
Threaten you with that chain, correct?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And other than the chain that you've described, at no point in the evening did you ever see Joseph Rosenbaum with any other type of weapon, correct?
Not that I saw.
Never saw him with a gun?
Correct.
Never saw him with a knife?
Correct.
Never saw him with a bat?
Correct.
Never saw him with a club?
Correct.
How far apart in time were these two threats that you say Mr. Rosenbaum made to you?
I want to say, I can't give you a definite time. I wasn't looking at my clock, but I'd say within the same hour.
And both of those threats occurred while you were on the 59th Street property?
The second threat happened at the corner, and the first threat happened towards Ruther Central High School.
Okay, could you use that laser pointer and point out on that map where the first threat occurred?
The first threat happened right here in front of the building.
So you're pointing at a location that is by the 59th Street car source on the south side of that property, along the building and Sheridan Road on the west side of the road. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there was a second threat within an hour after that, correct?
Yes.
Where was that threat at?
It was somewhere over here, I remember, like on the other side of the property, towards Ruther Central.
More towards the northeast corner of that same property.
Correct.
But you were still on the car source property when that second threat was allegedly made, correct?
Yes.
Did you remember what Mr. Rosenbaum had said to you later on when he's confronting you at the 63rd Street car source?
I took a mental picture of his face. When he said those threats, I recognized that was him that said that when he started chasing me.
So when you are running away from him at the 63rd Street car source, you're thinking to yourself, this is the guy who had made a threat to me earlier. Is that fair to say?
I was thinking this is the guy that said if he catches me alone, he'll kill me as I'm running away from him.
The reason I asked Mr. Rittenhouse is, how did you know it was the same guy when he's changed the way he looks?
His appearance, the shorts, his height.
But in both of those instances that you've described, he's got something covering his face, either the blue bandana in one instance or the red shirt in a different instance, correct?
He was wearing the red shirt when he chased me around his head.
So you remember that from the second time that you say he threatened you?
Yes.
And you thought to yourself, this is the same guy?
Yes.
None of this is relevant either way. This is all that Binger has left at this point. Because Gage Grosskreutz blew his prosecution apart, just like he got his fucking bicep blown apart. Gage blew all of that apart in a second, in one sentence off of that. And the only thing he has left is to try to establish that Rittenhouse was the aggressor in the Rosenbaum case, which he was not, clearly. But that's all he has left. And that's what I said yesterday, too. And the day before, after the Grosskreutz thing, is that's all he has left now is to try to pin an aggressive action against Rosenbaum.
So when you eventually were getting to the point where you're going down to the 63rd Street car source, right before the shooting, you recognized him as you're following him down the street, didn't you?
I didn't follow Mr. Rosenbaum down the street.
He was in front of you. You know that now, right?
I know that now.
But you didn't see him ahead of you as you're walking down there that night?
No, it was dark out.
But you, at some point as you get close to the 63rd Street car source, start running towards that lot, right?
Towards the fire that in the Duramax.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is running ahead of you, isn't he?
I don't believe so.
But you decided you needed to run because of the fire in the Duramax?
Yes.
Why? What was so urgent?
It was a fire.
There's fires all over the place, so?
I was getting to the fire to put it out.
We'll get back to that in a second. You indicated that while you were at the 59th Street car source, you said you put out a fire at the church next door. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you hear Joanne Fiedler's testimony yesterday that when you guys went over there, somebody had put some sort of flammable liquid on the door? Did you hear that testimony?
I did. I believe that was referring to the Ruther Central High School.
Okay, so when she described it as happening at the church, you think she was getting it confused?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So whatever happened with this flammable liquid on the door, the point is some other group, some other people put that out before you even got there, correct?
Correct.
Why did you feel that you should go around off the 59th Street car source property and put out fires?
To make sure my community didn't get burnt down and help.
And when you say your community, you mean Kenosha?
Yes.
Again, you're from Antioch. You're not living in Kenosha at this time when this all happens, right?
My dad lives in Kenosha.
Lots of people live in Kenosha, but you didn't, right?
My residence was in Antioch.
Okay. But you felt like you wanted to do things to protect this community. Fair?
The community that I was part of, yes.
And you felt like it was appropriate for you to take matters into your own hands to put out fires, for example.
To put out fires by using a fire extinguisher, yes.
Even though they weren't on the 59th Street property, correct?
Correct.
And were there other things that you decided it would be appropriate for you to go out there and take care of off the 59th Street property that night?
I was walking around and asking people if they needed medical help.
So you felt that you wanted to go out and help people, help protect people, help people feel better, treat people, things like that, even off the 59th Street property.
Provide first aid.
Normally in our regular society, that's something that we call 911 for, right?
Normally, yes.
Where are we headed?
I think that the defendant's decisions to go off that property and involve himself in other matters are relevant, Your Honor.
Well, I'll let you pursue it, but
And that's exactly how these shootings happen. So,
well, that's what the trial is about.
which is
Go-
why I
go
think it's
ahead.
relevant.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Normally, we would, if there's a fire, if there's somebody committing a crime, you call 911, right?
Normally, yes.
You didn't feel like you could do that night, correct?
I don't think that I saw from the nights prior that the fire department wasn't responding to put out fires.
Well, the nights before, there were businesses on fire along 22nd Avenue. There's the car source, large-scale property fires on the prior nights, correct?
Yes.
On the night of August 25th, we didn't have any fires like that. We just had a couple dumpsters, smaller things, right?
That I saw, yes.
I didn't hear you, sir.
That I saw, yes.
But regardless of how big the fire is, you felt that night that calling 911 was not an option, correct?
I didn't feel that if I called 911, anyone would show up.
Which is why you decided to take care of it yourself, correct?
To provide first aid and put out fires.
To do the things that normally we would expect the police or the fire department to do, correct?
To help people, yes.
Could you please move that microphone a little closer so we can make sure we hear everything you're saying? You can adjust it if you need to move it a little closer. Thank you.
Let me, well, permit me to interrupt for just a moment. How's the temperature? How many are comfortable the way things are? Okay, I won't even ask the other side. See you ice cubes, there's nothing to worry about. It must be blowing differently here. Go ahead, Mr.
You came to Kenosha that night armed with the AR-15 and no other ways to physically defend yourself, correct?
I had an AR-15, yes.
Other than that, you had no other weapons or devices that you could use to defend yourself that night, correct?
Yes.
There's an interview in which you say you're not carrying anything non-lethal. Do you recall that?
I do.
You indicated in response to one of your attorney's questions that there was no friction with the protesters that night. Did I understand you correctly?
By friction, you mean?
Well, I'm using your words, sir. I heard you say, in response to your attorney's question, that there was no friction with the protesters that night. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
And you're describing what you observed when you were at the 59th Street car source. Fair enough?
Yes.
So, based on your several hours at that location, it seemed to you as though the crowd of, however you want to describe them, they've been called rioters, protesters, demonstrators, and you, things were fine. No tension, no friction, no nothing. Fair to say?
For the most part, other than Mr. Rosenbaum.
He was the only one
That threatened, yes.
that you saw.
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 18 at the 1 hour and 22 second and 22 minute and 14 second mark?
Bruh, you need a better producer.
Can you please play from this point?
And militia are up there.
Yeah, we got a fire.
Where? Oh, dumpster fire?
Yeah, just a dumpster fire. Hey, it's just like the year, man.
Yeah, right? If 2020 was a blunt, it would be just a fucking stem.
It would just be stem and seed, man.
I could use a doobie right now.
Hey, cover me, I got my... All right, let's... Hey, guys. Morning. How's it going? Guys, what? Fuck!
Do you think that looks like friction?
A little bit.
And you witnessed that, didn't you?
I didn't witness what Mr. Collette did. I didn't see that.
But you saw the reaction from the crowd, right?
Yeah, a little bit. I wasn't really paying much attention to that.
Would you agree with me that it seems that the crowd was reacting to members of your group going out in the street and trying to interfere with what was going on off your property?
I don't think they were happy about it.
And in fact, Kriston Harris, who made this video, specifically told you to stay on your property and not go out on the street and try and put out fires or interfere with any of that stuff. Just protect your property. Isn't that what he told you?
That's
I
not what
believe
he
so.
said.
I was just going to grab the garbage can, the dumpster that belonged to the car source that was on the car source property.
This is before you headed south towards the 63rd Street car source, right?
Yes.
This is before you decided to go down there with a fire extinguisher, correct?
Yes.
This is before you shot Mr. Rosenbaum, Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz, and at the person that was jumping over you, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that this was a crowd that would not react very favorably to you going out there and trying to put out fires or interfere with any of that stuff. You knew that, didn't you?
I didn't.
Even after that incident, you still didn't have any idea that this is a crowd that's not going to take it very well.
It seems like they were more mad at the part of him screaming what he screamed after, not putting out the fire. That's what it seemed like to me.
And he screams to them, "Fuck around and find out," right?
That's what he screamed to them.
After they had just tried to light a dumpster on fire, right?
Yes.
So what did you interpret that to mean?
I don't know. I didn't witness in the time. I just grabbed the dumpster a minute after and tried to pull it onto the property.
Because it seems to me he's saying, you light stuff on fire, and I'm going to use my gun.
Your Honor, that's a total
I'll withdraw.
Yeah, that is.
Your Honor, I guess he need not ask the questions and then withdraw.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it seems to you. You can ask your questions. That's fine. Go ahead.
Oh shit! Now
It was
what do I do?
shortly after that incident that we just watched where you were interviewed by Richie McGinnis, correct?
Yes.
And you said you've never heard of him, never dealt with him before this night?
I have not.
So why did you talk to him?
He seemed like a nice guy.
Did he introduce himself as from the media?
He didn't specifically said, "Hey, I'm from the media." He was like, "Hey, do you want to do an interview?"
And when you heard him ask you to do an interview, you didn't think that meant he's from the media?
No, it's not what I said. I said he didn't specifically say he was from the media.
Okay, but you assumed when he says, "I'm going to interview you," that he's from the media, right?
Yes.
And did he tell you he's from the Daily Caller?
He did not.
So you didn't know what media company he worked for?
Correct.
But you agreed to have him interview you on camera, correct?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 16? That one up there?
you doing out here? Obviously, you're armed and you're in front of this business. We saw burning last night. So what's up?
My job. There's somebody running around.
And what about these other folks? I see there's some other people who are armed as well. Gotcha. And then what about these guys up on the roof? Gotcha.
In that video, you indicate that you have your AR-15 to protect yourself, correct?
Yes.
And you indicate that you're going to run out there and treat anyone who needs medical help, correct?
Yes.
Were you going to bring the gun along when you did that?
Yes.
To defend yourself while you're treating someone?
If I needed to defend myself while treating somebody, yes.
If you didn't think there was friction with the crowd and you're out there trying to help, why did you expect there'd be any danger?
From the previous nights when I saw people being assaulted.
Were they medics being assaulted?
Doesn't matter who they were. I know one of them was just trying to put out a fire at his business.
So you saw someone put out who was trying to put out a fire who got assaulted?
Yes.
But if you're going to help people, why would you expect anyone would try and hurt you?
Because they wanted to watch Kenosha burn.
Somebody did try to hurt me, and I was helping people.
Well, you're talking about later on.
Yes.
Okay, but at this moment in time, this is before the shootings.
Yes.
This is before you cross 60th, before you deal with Rosenbaum, Huber, Grosskreutz, all that, right?
Yes.
So at this moment in time, you don't think there's a hostile crowd, you're there to help people, and yet you're going to run out there with the AR-15. I don't understand why you felt that you were going to be in danger if you're out in what you think is a friendly crowd, helping them.
I didn't say I didn't think they were hostile. I didn't think they were hostile towards us.
Okay, so they're not hostile to you and you're going to go help them. Why do you need the gun when you go out there?
I need the gun because if I had to protect myself because somebody attacked me.
Why would you think anybody would do that?
I don't know.
Somebody did!
You clearly planned on it. You were prepared for it. You thought it was going to happen.
No, I didn't.
That's the whole reason you brought the gun, isn't it?
I brought the gun to protect myself.
Exactly. Because you thought, you personally, were going to be in danger. Right?
Not necessarily.
I don't understand. You said you're going to bring the gun to protect you.
Okay, and this goes back to the same argument that everybody constantly makes off of this. Outside of that door, on the other side of this monitor right here, there is a large 8-pound fire extinguisher. I never thought for a second there would be a fire in the kitchen over there. I've never thought for a second when I moved into this place there would be a fire over there. But you know what I'm goddamn glad was there? The fire extinguisher outside that fucking door. I never thought that I would ever have to use that. When they hung that fire extinguisher in that hall, it was never thought that it was going to have to be used.
Yourself. So you thought you were going to be in danger, right?
I didn't think I would be put into a situation where I would have to defend myself.
You said that the people around you on that property and the people up on the roof were there to protect you. That's what you said in the video, right?
Yes.
You meant when you go out in the crowd, they're going to protect you, right?
Watch over me, yes.
Watch over and protect you, right?
Yes.
Again, because you expected that if you go out in that crowd to try and provide medical service, you thought you were going to get attacked?
They were to watch me. They were on the roof to watch me, and if somebody was to attack me in their view, they could say, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
They've got AR-15s.
Yes.
We talked earlier about the fact that the AR-15, you can't use deadly force to protect the building, right?
Correct.
The AR-15 was to protect you, right? That's what you just said.
Not the AR-15. I said they could shout down to me and be like, hey, Kyle, watch out.
So they're just carrying around the AR-15s for no reason?
I don't know why they're carrying around the AR-15s.
Can we play exhibit? This is the end. At the end of this video is where you invite Mr. McGinnis to follow you and Ryan Balch, correct?
Yes.
And you invited him to do that because you want, I think you said when your attorney was asking you questions, that you wanted him to film you while you were out in the crowd doing your thing. Fair?
I said it was okay for him to film me.
Let's play exhibit 17, please.
You got kind of like medics who are packing. Yeah, right. Gotcha. I'll see if they're by the Gotcha.
Just asked you, so you're a certified EMT, and you said yes, correct?
Yes.
That was a lie, correct?
I'm not an EMT.
You're not a certified EMT. You're not an EMT of any kind. You weren't on that night, correct?
Yes.
So you lied to him, correct?
I told him I was an EMT, but I wasn't.
And you knew you were being interviewed by someone in the media when you told that lie, didn't you?
Yes.
Please continue.
And you work as an EMT normally? Gotcha. Thank you for your service. I appreciate your service.
Can we back up 10 seconds, please? And then just pause right there. We just heard a voice say something to you, Mr. Balch, about people throwing rocks or something along those lines. I don't really need to know exactly what they said, but did you hear that voice?
The police officer from the Bearcat, yes.
That's what I was going to ask. That's one of the law enforcement officers in that armored vehicle that you're walking past, correct?
Yes.
And this, what we're watching in this video happens a few minutes after those same Bearcats had come to the 59th Street property and handed you some bottles of water, correct?
Yes.
And they say to you something to the effect of, "We appreciate you guys." Do you remember that?
I do.
That's when you were on the 59th Street property and you were acting like you were guarding that property, correct?
Yes.
So how did it make you feel when the police are letting you pass the lines, they're warning you about people throwing rocks, they're handing out bottles of water, they're telling you that they appreciate you? How'd that make you feel?
I didn't really care. I was thankful for the water because I had OC stuff, gas in my eyes, but I didn't really notice or care.
It didn't make you feel like they approved of what you were doing?
No.
It didn't make you feel like you're emboldened now to go out there and act on their behalf?
No.
Let's play the video here, please. Pause. You yelled something friendly. I'm not sure how many times, but you yelled friendly out.
Yes.
This is, if I can use the pointer, you are crossing on the west side of Sheridan Road. You are crossing south across 60th Street here, heading across the police line, which had barricaded across 60th and Sheridan. Fair?
Yes.
You understood at this moment that you are now entering a crowd of whatever you want to call them, protesters, demonstrators, your attorneys called them rioters or looters or whatever. That's who you're going to now be part of. You're going to be in that crowd, right?
I was walking through, I announced myself as friendly and that I was there to help them.
Because you had to do that to warn these people that, hey, I'm on your side, right?
I told them that I was friendly.
Because if you didn't say that, you were worried they would see you as hostile, correct?
Can you re-ask your question?
Sure.
I'm trying to
Absolutely.
understand.
If you're going to go up to Dominic Black or Ryan Balch, you don't need to tell them you're friendly because they know that you're friends, right? We don't tell this to our friends.
Yeah.
We say friendly to people that aren't our friends, people that might be hostile to us, right?
Yeah, I said it to them because they were throwing rocks at me, and when I told them I was friendly, they stopped throwing rocks at us.
And to be accurate, they were throwing
the
at the
police.
Bearcats, not at you.
Yeah.
One of them hit one of the armored vehicles and bounced off towards you and Mr. Balch, right?
Yeah.
It didn't do any damage to that armored vehicle, did it?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, can you imagine
Get to your point.
trying to harm an armored vehicle with a rock? That's pretty hard to do, right?
Yeah.
But no one was throwing rocks at you, but you were kind of in the ricochet line of fire. It's fair to say?
Yeah.
So you wanted to let these people know that, hey, I might look like I'm on the other side, but I'm really friendly. Fair?
I wasn't on any side, but...
I didn't say that. I said that you might appear to them. I mean, that was what you were worried about, right? When you said friendly? And I notice you looking over at your attorney a lot. Can you... I'm trying to ask you. When you are doing...
He's looking directly at Mr. Binger, and I'm behind him. He accused Mr. Rittenhouse of looking at his attorney. Does he want him to look at the ceiling?
I'll continue, Your Honor. You, at this very moment, announced yourself as friendly because you were worried that the people on the other side of that street would see you as hostile. Fair?
I can't tell you how I think they would see me, but I just told them I was friendly.
And I want to make sure you understand my question, because I was asking you what you thought when you said this. You said you announced yourself as friendly because you thought to yourself at that very moment, I'm walking into a group that is hostile to me. Isn't that true?
It looked hostile. They were throwing rocks at the squad car, not the squad cars, the armored police cars.
And you felt it was necessary to tell them friendly, 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 so that they wouldn't do anything to you. Fair?
Yes.
Let's continue the video. There's a person that comes up to you carrying a skateboard. Do you see that?
I do.
And he's got some fire extinguishers slung over his shoulder?
Yes.
And he says something to you about something putting out fires, and you respond, they know. Did I understand what you said correctly there? They know?
That's what I just heard, but I don't remember that interaction very well, other than helping the guy after with the shoulder.
And that's going to come up in a second here, but when you're talking to this individual about the fire extinguishers, do you remember anything about that conversation?
It's hard to recall, but I think it was about fires, that they were putting out fires.
Okay. And when you said they know, who's they?
I don't recall.
Do you have any idea what you were talking about?
I don't.
It seems to me, Mr. Rittenhouse, that this person is suggesting he's going to go put out some fires, and you're sort of assuring him that you don't need to, it's okay. Would that be a fair interpretation or no?
No.
Okay. But you don't remember what was going on?
I don't remember the conversation, what it was about, other than fires, and I don't recall it.
This is one of the guys in the group that you later got your fire extinguisher from, right?
No.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Let's continue. Brian, can you continue?
You good? It just fucking stunk.
Little pepper boy never hurt nobody. It's a little spicy, that's all. Yeah, a little salsa.
Does anybody need medical?
I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that.
Does anybody need medical?
You're walking around asking people in this crowd if they need medical. And you talked earlier about treating a couple, I don't know, somebody at the 59th Street car source, right?
Minor injuries.
Minor injuries. When you were walking around outside that property, when you're out in the street announcing what you're announcing, did anybody respond and say, yeah, I need help from you?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't recall an exact time, but somebody cut their finger open and I gave them some gauze and some bandage tape.
Was that before or after this? Do you remember?
Before.
Where physically did that happen?
I don't recall.
And was this a situation where you announced or yelled out that you could help, and then somebody said, "Yeah, I need some help"? Was that what went on in that situation?
Yes.
Okay. As you're walking along here, from this point until the end, until you shoot Rosenbaum and Huber and Grosskreutz, no one in this crowd ever says to you, "Yeah, I do need medical. Come over and help me." Correct?
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue. This is the individual who accuses you of pointing your gun at them, right?
Yes.
And he says that you did so when he was on a vehicle, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he had been at the 59th Street car source location, climbing on, sitting on, jumping on one of the vehicles in that lot, hadn't he?
Not that I'm aware of. I know I heard Joan Fiedler testify to that, but I don't remember seeing him at that location.
But he accuses you of that here.
He does.
And you tell him, basically, yeah, I did point the gun at you, right?
I shrugged it off and said, yeah, I did, sarcastically, meaning I didn't, but I just didn't want a confrontation, so I was like, I did, and walked away.
Why did you lie to him?
I didn't lie to him. I was using sarcasm.
The words you said, yeah, I did, those weren't true.
What a fucking weasel.
Ridiculous. We're now fighting over sarcasm. This is a murder trial.
Sarcasm. He says it's a lie, and he's entitled to examine on it. Go ahead.
When you told that individual, yeah, I did, that wasn't true, was it?
I didn't point a gun at him.
So why did you react to him that way in that particular moment?
I thought that would be the best way to avoid conflict. I just said, yeah, I did, sarcastically, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
What conflict were you trying to avoid?
Any conflict, if he would have got, like, he was accusing me of something I didn't do, so I thought the best thing would the best thing to...
Dude, I have been in that confrontation more times than you can count. I went to a very, very liberal college before I went to mechanic school. I know exactly what would have happened if he'd have said that. He said, no, I didn't. And that guy would have come up with a, you call me a liar? I know exactly what he was trying to avoid when he said that. Exactly.
Do would be to walk away instead of getting into some argument, so...
But you didn't just walk away. You said to him sarcastically, "Yeah, I did."
I said sarcastically, I did, and walked away.
Because you were worried about a conflict. What conflict were you worried about?
A verbal argument.
This individual is clearly expressing to you that he's unhappy because he thought you pointed your gun at him, correct?
Yes.
And you can understand why someone would be upset when you point an AR-15 at them, correct?
Yes.
You knew that even before this, right?
Yes.
In fact, back at the 59th Street car source, that crowd that you've described as not having any friction, many in that crowd got upset because they thought people in your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that?
I saw it in the videos, but I don't know what other people were doing.
I'm not saying anybody actually was. I'm saying the crowd was upset, and you knew that. You heard them complaining, correct?
Watching the videos, yes.
And even at that time, that night, you heard the crowd upset because they thought members of your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that from that night?
Sorta, yes or no. I remember Ryan Balch saying something like telling the people to stop pointing their lasers at people or something. I don't really remember that.
Ryan Balch was telling the people in your group to stop doing that.
The people on the roof
who were part of your group, right?
That were there, yes.
So you know when we're talking about laser pointers, we're talking about the sight at the end of some guns that helps almost like this, right? If somebody does this at me, you know, that could be someone pointing a gun, correct?
It could be seen as that.
And that's what the crowd was complaining about, right?
Yeah.
So you knew from that crowd incident,
that's
you
objectable.
certainly knew from this incident that when people have guns pointed at them, it can really escalate the situation, correct?
Yeah, I don't think anybody had lasers on their guns. I think...
Yeah, but let's go back to your group at 59th Street, because you actually didn't know any of those people other than Dominic and Nick Smith, right?
Yes.
You had just met Ryan Balch for the first time 3 or 4 hours before this video, right?
Yeah.
You had just met Jason Lakowski for the first time, just actually only a few minutes before this, right? Because he didn't get in until 10:45.
Correct.
So at this point in the video, I don't know, this is probably about 11:30 or so at night?
I met him about 35 minutes prior to that.
And probably had only spent, what, 10, 15 minutes at all in the same location as Jason Lakowski before you walk south?
Yes.
So, again, Jason Lakowski was someone you'd never met before that night.
Correct.
And you barely spent any time with him that night, correct?
Correct.
And, of course, the people up on the roof, other than Dominic Black and Nick Smith, you didn't know any of them before that night either, correct?
I knew Dominic Black and Nick Smith, but the people on...
I misspoke their names.
Sorry.
Dominic Black and Nick Smith.
I knew those are the two people I knew on the roof.
Other than that, you didn't know anyone else before this night. Fair?
Correct.
Now, when this little interaction that we've just watched happens, you're still walking with Ryan Balch, aren't you?
I'm not. I thought I was at the time, but seeing hindsight view, I'm not.
When you decided to cross 60th with Ryan Balch, you two talked about the fact that if you get separated, to go back to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that conversation happening.
But you tried to do that, didn't you?
I did.
Because you felt like if I'm out here by myself, that's not good. I need to head back, right?
Yes.
And you also talked to Ryan Balch about the fact that when you get out into this crowd, keep your mouth shut. Don't antagonize them. Didn't Ryan talk to you about that?
No, we didn't talk about that.
So at this very moment, you're telling us you've lost track of Ryan Balch.
A little bit ahead, but around that time, yes.
Let's continue the video.
Well, yesterday or today?
Pause. You have just walked off the screen, heading east across Sheridan Road to the Ultimate gas station, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you don't know where Ryan Balch is, correct?
When I stop and look around, yes.
And instead of deciding to head back at this point, you go over to Ultimate Gas and you talk to some folks over there. Fair?
I walk over to the Ultimate gas station, I walk around, and I try to see if I can find Mr. Balch.
And you couldn't do that?
No.
So then you decided to approach the police line and cross back, correct?
Yes.
Because you decided your best course of action at that point would be to return to the same group that you'd been with, correct?
Yes.
Now, at that moment in time, the police had pushed everybody south of 60th, right?
Sorta. I don't really know if there were...
Did you say south to 60th?
I said south of 60th. Let's go back a little bit. We watched that interview with Richie McGinnis where he first comes up to you and talks to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you're standing there at the 59th Street property, aren't you?
I am.
And he talks to you about what you're going to do, and you're going to run out and help people, things like that, right?
Yes.
At that point, the police had already passed with all the Bearcats and MRAPs and armored vehicles, right?
It's what it looks like, yes.
And they had established a line on 60th and Sheridan, correct?
Yes.
And they pushed all of the protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them, all of them south of 60th, correct?
I don't know if I can honestly answer all of them. I don't know. I believe there are some people still north down Sheridan and in the put across the street.
So were there, I mean, we saw a crowd earlier of lots of protesters out in the street. That group, the numbers had dwindled quite a bit.
Yes.
Okay. So after the police move everybody south of 60th, there's no more actual threat to the 59th Street car source, is there?
I don't know.
Well, at that moment in time, what imminent threats did you see to the 59th Street car source property?
I don't know.
Do you remember seeing any protesters out in the street in front of the 59th Street car source after the police pushed everybody south of 60th?
I believe there were some across the street, but not many. I can't recall completely.
And that was just 2 or 3 people, right?
I don't know how many people.
None of those people came across the street to the 59th Street car source, did they?
I don't know. If they did, I would have walked off by now.
So you didn't see them come across the street?
I did not.
Fair to say that after the police pushed everybody south of 60th, you never saw any people threatening that property, correct?
I didn't see anybody.
And your goal that night, you took it upon yourself to protect the 59th Street property, correct?
The owners asked.
Sure. But you were going to station yourself at that property to try and protect it from damage. Fair?
The car source locations, yes.
And once the police had pushed everybody south of that, there was no more danger.
At that car source location, yes.
Okay. So, why not go home at that point?
Because the police were still pushing people back, and then they were backing up, and I was still helping people provide medical first aid.
Okay, so the police had established the line at 60th with their Bearcats at that point, right?
Yes.
And there was no indication that they were going to reverse and back up and move back north again that you saw, correct?
No, they did it earlier in the night where they did the same thing.
Right, but this is at 11:30, 11:40 at night, and they've established that, the police have established that line, and as far as you can tell, it's going to stay there, right?
I don't know.
And you talked about trying to provide medical help, but there's no one around that needs medical help at the 59th Street car source at that point, is there?
Not that I noticed.
So you don't have any purpose there anymore, do you?
Other than
the same one that you went there for to begin with.
Because I was going to help people with provide first aid and medical assistance.
But that wasn't the reason you were there that night. You were there that night to protect the 59th Street car source.
It was one of the reasons I was there. Part of my reasons of being there was to protect the car source properties and provide first aid and medical assistance.
I do think you are right on that, MK Ultra. That's I think what he's trying to do. He's trying to get him to trap up into his words and say, "I was there to." He's trying to get him to say, "I was there to kill people."
If somebody said they need help, I would have helped them.
So, why go with Ryan Balch?
Because you're safer and better in pairs when there's somebody else that's also with you.
So when you crossed 60th, you were worried about your safety?
A little bit.
Even though you think this is not a hostile crowd and you're there to help them, you were still worried about your safety. That's why you needed Balch to back you up, right?
I said I didn't think they were hostile towards me. I didn't say that they weren't a hostile crowd.
So let me rephrase my question. That's to take that into account. You didn't think this was a crowd that was hostile to you personally, and you thought you were going to help them, but yet you also felt you needed a backup, an armed former Army infantryman to protect you. Fair?
Yes.
And yet when he's gone, and you can't find him, you don't immediately go back, right?
I look for him for a second, and then I think max I look for him for like 3 minutes, and then I try to go back.
And when you couldn't get back straight across the police lines, did you decide to try and go around the police lines? For example, the Ultimate gas station is here at 60th and Sheridan. Why didn't you walk down the street here and go over this way and around?
I don't know.
Why didn't you go west over this way and go around?
I don't know.
Dark and residential.
It was
West
very close in time that I was heading back.
West at 60th, by the way, to go back up and go around. And I can possibly bring up a map for that while we're listening to more of this here. But West at 60th would have put you in a darker, more residential, and more prone to be attacked area of Kenosha if you'd have gone back and around the backside of Ruther High School from where he was. That's why. And actually, mostly the same if you'd have gone down east around as well. A lot more places for people to hide and sneak out and grab somebody. That would have been a major tactical error. But that's not speaking to his mindset that night.
That I was turned down by the police before I got the phone call from Dominic Black. So I guess I didn't have time to really think like which ways I can go around.
You knew the layout of downtown Kenosha, right? Because you said you drove that area the whole time, right?
A little bit.
So you go over to the Ultimate gas station and you spend some time talking with folks that are there who are similarly dressed as you. They've got similar clothing, similar weapon, things like that, right?
Similar weapons. I wouldn't say similarly dressed.
But you went over there because you felt that those were people doing something similar to what you were doing that night. Fair?
I thought that would be the safest spot for me to go.
Why did you think you'd be safe with those people?
Because I was alone, and they were, like I said, you're better in pairs, and I didn't want to be alone in that situation.
You didn't want to be alone out here with this crowd that we see on the screen right now.
I did not want to be alone with them.
You wanted to be with the group at Ultimate Gas that had AR-15s like you, right?
So this is where he's talking about to go east or west from Sheridan, by the way. And if you look into there, like this is where the police line was right here. And then to go west down this way to go back up and around, you've got a spa. There's another car dealer a little ways down here, but you've got residential area here. A lot of places for people to come back out and hide. People that could be hiding out behind the building, and all the police force is facing down this way. And then coming back the other side. I mean, it doesn't stop them. There's a church there. But going down the other way and going east. Park, trees, And then you've got a long ways to go back before you can come back up again. I mean, you're all the way up to 59th Street, a full block back up through a parking lot where somebody could be going up and burning things. The church, the Christ the King Church. Looks like, I'm mistaken, this is not residential, but Library Square Park over here. But otherwise, yeah, a lot of other places where nobody's paying attention. And, you know, a guy walking around with an AR-15, it's possible to get mugged and be in another dangerous situation. Staying close to the police line would have been the safer way to do that.
I wanted to be back at the car source where there weren't people around.
Right, and we've talked about that, but initially you go to Ultimate Gas.
To look for Ryan, yes.
But you also talk to people who have AR-15s just like you, right?
I wouldn't say I talked to them. I asked, after the phone call, I asked a guy for a fire extinguisher to come with me.
Let's play exhibit number 11 at the 54-minute and 30-second mark. This is the Corey Elijah live stream when he's in the Ultimate Gas lot. Mr. Rittenhouse, that's Ryan Balch standing there in the Ultimate Gas lot, correct?
Yes.
Let's play this video.
That's the fireworks thing look down there.
We just saw you run through this video, correct?
Yes.
I started this video at the 54-minute and 30-second mark. It is now paused at the 54-minute and 56-second mark. So for 26 seconds, Corey Elijah has Ryan Balch on screen, center of this video during that entire time, right?
Yes.
And you run right past where Corey Elijah is standing, right?
Yes.
And Ryan Balch is loitering there in the middle of the screen for at least 26 seconds, right?
That's what it looks like on the screen.
And your testimony is you were trying your best to find Ryan Balch at the Ultimate Gas station at this point because you needed him to protect you?
I was looking for Ryan Balch, but I didn't notice him as I was running away, running towards Car Source 3.
But for 26 seconds before you start running, he's standing right there, isn't he?
Yes, and when he's standing right there, before I run with the fire extinguisher, I'm over here on the phone with Dominic Black.
How long was your phone call with Dominic Black?
About 30 seconds.
Okay, so before that, you'd been looking for Ryan Balch?
Before that, I tried to get back to the car source lot number 1.
And you'd also been looking for Ryan Balch?
Seeing if I could see him in the crowd of people.
Because you wanted a partner, a buddy, to protect you?
To protect each other, yes.
And in fact, when you borrowed that fire extinguisher, you asked someone in that group to come along with you, right?
Yes.
Because you wanted someone there to protect you when you go down and put out what you think are some fires, right?
Yes.
Because you know that you're running into a crowd that is not friendly to you, right?
No.
That's why you had to say the word friendly, 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 because you knew this was a crowd that would not see you as friendly, correct?
I screamed friendly, friendly, friendly because somebody screamed burn inside.
I'm talking about when you crossed 60th. You yelled at them.
At that time, yes, but...
And no one in the crowd is yelling burn inside or anything along those lines, are they?
Not at that time.
And you also wanted someone from that group to come along with you when you're going to go down and put out a fire, because you knew full well that anyone running around like you putting fires out is going to cause a reaction in the crowd.
No, he didn't.
Reaction, correct?
I didn't think it would cause a negative reaction. I wanted somebody to come with me because you're better in pairs, and I thought there were other people at that car source before I got there.
Well, Dominic, if you're telling us that Dominic Black called you to run 3 blocks down the road to put out a fire at the 63rd Street car source, then you must have known at that moment that there wasn't anyone else down there, right? Why would you need to go if somebody's already down there?
Mr. Black said to me on the phone, hey, they're setting fires at the other car source. I need you to get down there and put out the fires. It must not have, I don't think it, I took it as there's not other people down there.
Why would you need to go 3 blocks down if there were already people there?
To help.
He's asking a question. This witness doesn't know the answer, whether there are people there or not.
He's told us he thought there were, so I'm probing the basis of that and his understanding at the time.
You can answer if you understand the question.
I'll repeat the question. Why would you need to run 3 blocks down to the 63rd car source if you thought there were already people there?
I thought there were people there, but Dominic asked me to go down there. I thought that was to help put out the fires that were down there.
This video that we're watching is minutes after you've left the 59th Street car source, right?
Yes.
And when you leave the 59th Street car source, you're with Ryan Balch.
Yes.
And then this reporter, Richie McGinnis.
Yes.
And as far as you know, when you leave 59th Street car source, everybody in your group is still back there, right?
At the car source.
At 59th Street car
yes.
source. Everybody's still back there.
Yes.
Joanne Fiedler.
Yes.
Dustin Collette. Dominic Black. Nick Smith. Jason Lakowski. Anyone else. They're all still there, right?
At that location, yes.
So none of your group is already down at 63rd Street car source, right?
The other group that showed up after we got done taking the pictures with the, I think I said 2 or 3 vans, I believe they were still down there.
And that was 2 or 3 vans of people that came out with what have been described as melee weapons, right? Like bats and clubs and things like that. Do you recall that? First of all, do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Do you remember seeing those 2 or 3 vans come to that location?
I do.
Do you remember seeing people get out of those vans?
Yes, like I saw, I think there were 6 people, in total.
And you saw them with weapons?
I saw them with rifles. I don't think I remember melee weapons.
They were armed, correct?
Yes.
And you believed that they were going to be the ones protecting the 63rd Street car source, correct?
Yes.
So at this point in time in the evening, had anybody told you that those folks had left the 63rd Street car source?
No.
So when you're running with this fire extinguisher, you think there's already a group that's designated to that spot that's still down there, right?
Yes.
So again, why do you feel that you needed to run 3 blocks down there with a fire extinguisher if you thought there were already people down there protecting that property?
Because Dominic called me and asked me to go help put out the fires down there.
And in that phone call, Dominic never told you that any of the members of the 59th Street group that you were part of, he never said any of them were down there at 63rd, right?
Yes.
And he never told you that the group that was supposed to be down there, he never told you anything about them, whether they were there or not there. He never mentioned that. Fair?
It didn't come up.
And you asked the people that you got the fire extinguisher from to come with you, right?
Yes.
You were looking for Ryan Balch for backup, right?
I was looking around for him, yes.
You had already tried to go back to the 59th Street location, right?
Yes.
And all of those failed.
Yes.
So then you decide to take it upon yourself to head down to 63rd Street to put out fires. Fair?
I wouldn't say that. I would say I went to go put out the fires that I was there to do. When I say protect the property, I mean by like put out fires. So I went to go put out the fires. I just believe there were people there.
And you brought your AR-15 along.
Yes.
What is he going to do? Leave it on the fucking ground?
Because it was with me already.
Yeah, but
in the middle of a war zone, are you going to leave an AR-15 on the ground?
You gave it to Joanne Fiedler, right?
Yes.
So you know how to take it off, don't you?
Yes.
And you can make a choice on your own whether or not to go armed with it or whether to give it to the person who is the lawful owner of it on that date, Dominic Black. Correct?
He was going to see Dominic Black.
I didn't take my rifle off there because there was nobody I could hand it to. And when I took it off
Dominic Black was
Joanne Fiedler, I was in a safe spot in that corner of the building where there were people protecting me at that time right there. When I went to go to the car source number 3 to put out the fires, there was nobody I could hand my rifle to that could protect me while I'm providing first aid to somebody.
But you still knew you had it.
My rifle, yes.
You still knew you had it strapped around your body.
Yes.
And you made a conscious decision to bring it along, right?
Yes.
Why?
Because he just said that.
He gave an answer about how he already had it, and we go through on that. So,
did you hear the question?
I did, but I don't really understand what.
Well, was it simply that, well, I've already got it strapped on, so I might as well bring it along? Is that what you're telling us? You decided to bring along the AR-15 because, well, I've already got it? Is that your answer?
I don't think I was thinking like, hey, I'm going to take my rifle off. I wouldn't have because there was people around that could have stolen my gun and I didn't.
Yeah, what is he going to do? Leave it on the ground in the middle of a war zone? Are you fucking serious?
I didn't take my rifle off because I was going there alone. I was going to be running there alone and I didn't take it off because no one else was there to protect me as I was going there, so that's why I brought it.
For protection?
Yes.
You brought it along down there because you felt like you would need to protect yourself against someone else harming you, correct?
If that would have happened, I would have protected myself, but I didn't think I was going to be attacked and ambushed.
But you just said you had it for protection. What were you expecting you would need protection from?
I thought we had covered much of this before.
I'm specifically focusing in on the time period where he is heading down to the 63rd Street car source. I have not asked him about this yet, Your Honor.
Well, go ahead, but you need to pick up the pace somewhat.
When you decided to bring your AR-15 loaded with 30 rounds down to the 63rd Street car source location, what did you think you needed protection against?
I didn't really think I was going to have to protect myself.
You told us just now you brought it along for protection.
I did, but I didn't think I was going to need to protect myself.
You brought it along for protection, but you didn't think you needed protection?
That's not what he said. Objection.
I'm trying to clarify the two different answers that I think he just gave, Your Honor.
Well, go ahead. Can you?
Do you understand the question?
Not really.
I asked you why you brought the gun. You said you needed it for protection. I said, protection against what? You said you didn't think you needed protection. I'm confused. Can you help me understand why you're telling us you needed a gun for protection, but you didn't think you needed protection?
I brought the gun for my protection, but what I was saying is I didn't think I would have to use the gun and end up defending myself.
So you, in this video, are running.
Yes.
You run across the screen. Yes?
Yes.
And then I think you testified on direct that as you made it down the block, I don't remember exactly how you phrased it, but you stopped running and you walked for a little while. Is that right?
I jogged and walked occasionally.
Carrying the fire extinguisher and your gun.
Yes.
And you're alone at that point with no backup, right?
Yes.
And you testified that when you got down to the 63rd Street car source, you indicated that you came upon that vehicle we've been calling the Duramax. You know what vehicle I'm talking about?
I do.
And you indicated that when you got there, you walked around that vehicle and you saw a person that you now know to be Joshua Zeminski. Is that right?
I walked up to the Duramax. Yes.
You didn't know Joshua Zeminski's name at that point, correct?
No.
You hadn't taken any notice of him at all up until that moment, all night long. Fair?
Fair.
This is the first time that you see that this is a person that comes to your attention. Fair?
Yes.
And you said he had a gun in his hand.
Yes.
And you put the fire extinguisher down on the ground.
I dropped the fire extinguisher.
And then you hear or see Mr. Rosenbaum coming from behind you.
When I get to the Duramax, I step forward, and then Mr. Zeminski turns towards me, and he steps towards me. I drop the fire extinguisher, step back, and that's when I see... I go to run back towards 59th Street.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is coming.
And then that's when I notice Mr. Rosenbaum running at me, leaving me with no other... Right, Mr. Zeminski in front of me with the gun. Mrs. Zeminski right there, a couple feet away, and then some other people there.
And then the chase happens. Is that
Yes.
fair to say?
Yes.
Have you told us everything that you did when that situation just happened at the Duramax?
Yes.
Can we play the iPad, please? The iPad with the drone video. This is exhibit number 73. I don't know what are you guys going to do?
Come on, producers.
Mr. Rittenhouse, this is a video that has been admitted into evidence as exhibit number 73. This is a video taken by a drone that was hovering south of 63rd at the time that you shot Mr. Rosenbaum. We're going to play the beginning of this video on the iPad, and I'm going to have Detective Howard use the pinch and zoom feature on the iPad to zoom in on the area.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this, and I'd like to be heard outside the presence of the jury.
What do you think? Perfect time for a break, don't you think? Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
Oh, what the fuck? Are they going to argue this before the break, or what's... Are we going to go to Blink? All right, it does look like they're going to blink out sound here. I'm going to wait just a couple seconds. Well, I can actually... Okay, yeah, they are going to fight about this for just a bit, so... Me...
What's up?
Your Honor.
What, excuse me, what? I think they went upstairs, though.
Yeah, I'm also 3 minutes behind, so... Because we did some commentary.
I don't know what the state's going to do next, but I suspect that it's something along the lines of they're going to use the iPad, and Mr. Binger was talking about pinching the screen. iPads, which are made by Apple, have artificial intelligence in them that allow things to be viewed through 3 dimensions and logarithms. Logarithms, I don't understand it all either.
Algorithm, by the way.
And it uses artificial intelligence, or their logarithms, to create what they believe is happening. So this isn't actually enhanced video. This is Apple's iPad programming, creating what it thinks is there, not what necessarily is there. And I don't know what's going to happen, but we had this video enhanced. We have testimony regarding it, and this is one of the topics that came up. I asked my expert. I said, do you know of anything that does something like that? Because that was when Detective Antaramian testified about pinching his telephone. And that's what I was told. And that's what I think this is going. And I don't think that it's appropriate. It's wrong.
Mr. Binger?
Your Honor, I think everybody in this room has a smartphone, whether it's an Apple iPhone or some other device. And I think we've all taken a photograph or a video at one point or another and used the pinch to zoom in feature. This is a common part of everyone's everyday life. In the olden days, you had a photograph and a magnifying glass, right? That doesn't change the photograph. When you use a magnifying glass to look at words on a paper or a photograph, the magnifying glass doesn't change the image. It doesn't change the pixels on the paper. It doesn't change the words in the book. All it does is make them easier to see. The pinch and zoom feature on the iPad or the iPhone or an Android phone, whatever device everyone in this room has, does that exact same thing. Now, if counsel has an expert who will say that this is unreliable or distorting the image or something along those lines, even though this is something everybody in this room has done with countless videos and photos throughout the last 10 years of our lives here, this is a factor. This is a feature of everyday life in America now with smartphones. If they want to have an expert come in and say it's unreliable and you can't believe what's on that screen, they can do that. We're still in their case. And then the jury can make a decision as to whether or not pinching and zooming on an iPad or an iPhone is tampering with the video or altering the image or unreliable or shouldn't be given any weight. So if they want to make a jury question out of this, they are free to do so. We're still in their case in chief. But I don't, frankly, understand or agree with anything counsel just said. I've used my phone.
I'm kind of on Binger's side for this one.
This is something within everyone's common knowledge to pinch and zoom on a screen. And that's what's going on here. It does not change the image in any way. It just makes it like a magnifying glass.
Well, I don't know. When I put the magnifying glass up, then it's enlarging the image. It is not altering the image. What he's saying, and I think, and I know less than anyone in the room here, I'm sure, about all this stuff, but I'm hearing him to say that they're actually artificially inserting pixels into there, which is altering the object which is being portrayed. And so, you know what, I myself, when confronted with these changes in technology, what I usually do is to admit the evidence, but make sure that the finder of fact is aware of the fact that it is not the original image and the method by which it's been enhanced.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm saying this, but...
You're suggesting that I should make the defense bring in an expert for it my thought would be that actually you're the one who's offering the exhibit, so you should be in a position to offer evidence as to the fact that it is not distorting the object which is depicted.
I would submit, Your Honor, that I think it's common sense to everyone in this room that that's not what's going on here. And what counsel is saying about Apple software and logarithms and things like that is not something that people in this room are familiar with.
I thought I heard the expert say on the stand, and believe me, again, this is not something I'm familiar with, but I thought I heard the expert say that you brought down from the crime lab that in fact that there were alterations made by adding pixels. That's an alteration of the image. So I don't have any problem with it being received, but you're going to have someone testify that it's a reliable, I don't want to say mirror image, but because obviously if you insert more items into an area of space, it's going to distort.
Boomer talk. Boomer talk, boomer tech.
Pinch and zoom maneuver is used on the screen. It actually, it takes the high resolution that we see here and it brings it into the point where the pixels are actually spread out more.
You know what? I'm not going to accept as accurate what Richards is saying, and I'm not going to accept what you're telling me. I said if you can offer somebody who's knowledgeable in these areas, the document or the I think you should be allowed to use the image, but this is high risk to me. If you insert more data into an area of space, well, you're wagging your head no. Tell me where I'm wrong.
There's no proof in this record that we're doing that, Your Honor.
I didn't say there was proof of it. I said you have the burden of proof. You're the proponent of the exhibit, and you need to tell me that it's reliable.
The exhibit's already in evidence, Your Honor.
That I know.
The enhanced exhibit is not in evidence.
This is not enhancing.
Well, then why show it? I mean, the reason you want to show it is so because it enhances the image, right? No, one at a time.
I'll say what Mr. Cross is just saying.
Enhance.
The defense has taken videos
Enhance.
and photos
Enhance.
and cropped them, zoomed in on them, on many exhibits in this trial. And this is, again, like I said, the magnifying glass is not changing the image. What the expert testified to
This is
about
painful.
his software program
This is
was that he uses, I think he called it AMFAR5 or something like that. It was a software program he was using to create the additional images or the exhibits that were introduced with regard to this drone video. And he talked about what that software program does. He was not talking about the common, ordinary, everyday pinch and zoom feature on the Apple. They're two different things, Your Honor, and I want to be precise about this because I don't think it's fair to equate the technical video editing software used by the crime lab with pinching and zooming on an iPhone. They're different software programs, different procedures, and I don't think it's fair to extrapolate this. Every one of those jurors is familiar with this process. This is a fundamental part of our lives nowadays. It's much like 100 years ago people used magnifying glasses. This is no different than that. And if
this is like explaining smartphones to my mom. No offense, Mom, if you're watching.
Any sort of expertise on this issue. If the defense wants to quibble with it, they have an expert who can offer testimony. But the exhibit's already in evidence. It would be no different than me putting off a photograph of it and then holding up an enlargement. I mean, we had a guy come in yesterday with Walgreens prints.
Meme team away.
This is what is done with photographs all the time. There's enlargements done in the lab. It doesn't change the pixels.
No. You know, I don't want to hear about what happened earlier in the trial that came in without objection. If you didn't object, then I didn't address it. Now, I'm not going to police this case, so everybody, anytime somebody wants to put some evidence in, I'm going to say, well, wait a minute, what about that? What about that? I have to have an objection. I get an objection, and then I rule on it. There has been no objection during this trial when either side has exploded an image or anything like that. If you'd have brought in an objection, if he'd have brought in an objection, I would have ruled on it. But to say now, well, this has already been done during the trial. I've got an objection in front of me now. He's suggesting that
Even if she's not watching, I'm going to go and send that over to her.
amplifying the image is altering what is portrayed, the image which is portrayed, and you're giving me as a defense, it's no different from using a magnifying glass. I don't believe that, because if I take, the image is the same, and all it is doing is improving my poor old vision. Here you've got someone, to correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe the expert testified that he had inserted, or either him or the device inserted additional pixels into the image. That
Different program, Your Honor.
well, I don't know what kind of a program. I don't care what kind of a program it is. The question is the image in its virginal state?
I care about what program it is, Your Honor, because these are technical issues. Mr. Richards has just made representations with no basis whatsoever.
Can you slow down?
Absolutely. Mr. Richards has just made technical representations with no basis in this record whatsoever. He is questioning a common part of life that we use, everyone uses, every single day. The expert who testified was talking about a different software.
She likes that kind of stuff.
It does make a difference.
I don't know.
Well, then if it's going to be an issue, let's
You're
make
the
it a
proponent.
shot.
I said before, I'm not going to talk about it further. You're the proponent, and you need to assure me before I let the jury speculate on it, that it is a reliable method that does not distort what is depicted.
So
Okay, so we're going to take a break.
I understood you correctly. We can play it now, and then we'll tie it up later.
I don't think that's what I said.
That's what I thought you said, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I did. If I said that, shame on me. I said, I said that we're going to.
I'm sorry.
And I said before, I'm going to allow this to be amplified in the way that you want. It is going to have to be shown, demonstrated to me that it's a reliable way to do it.
Then we would request an adjournment to do that now.
Well, we're not going to adjourn the case now to do that.
Well, before I am done with my cross-examination of this witness, I would like to use this video, and I will need some time to make arrangements for what you're asking. So I would ask that before I am, I would like time to do that before I'm done cross-examining this witness, because this is an important exhibit that I intend to use with
Well,
this
it
witness.
depends. Why don't you get on it right away, and maybe you can get somebody to testify on this within minutes. I don't know. So we'll take a break.
What operating system are they using on the iPad?
We can answer that question.
Do you know?
Not off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Well,
iPad market.
Okay.
That was painful.
Let's aim for 320. On
That
which
hurt
is-
my head.
Yeah, let's aim for 320.
All right, they're aiming for 320. I am going to fast forward this in while we go through the rest of us, and let's throw some more memes. What else do we have over here? What else? Oh, this one's got a block on it. Sensitive content. This photo may contain graphic or violent content. Put the music back up here. See why. Oh, it won't show me why. Alright, let's just see the photo. Oh, I like that. That is probably going to get a shutdown on YouTube, but I don't care. I still like this one. 4 doors, more horrors. Oh, the memes that are coming out of this. That's been the best part of all this. I'm going to hell for laughing at that. And you're all coming with me. Yes, everybody go follow Katie Z on Instagram. I promise us some Arbolt stuff, but first I want to get to the one that Kristen put on over on Twitter. At Bowler for it, by the way. Yeah, that's one of the things that they're trying to do with this too, because this got beat the fuck around so much, and there is a good chance that this is moving in for acquittal, just with the fucking dumpster fire, no pun intended, that we're watching with this. Is now they're going to try to put the white supremacy thing in there, because they got the three fingers and the fucking circle, and I can't believe. And of course it's Tariq Nasheed. Why the fuck wouldn't it be anybody else? Tariq Nasheed, Foundational Black American, FBA. Info at TariqElite.com. Journalist, get the new Mink Slide EP, Funk on Wheels, now at... Doesn't tell me. But yeah, that's all that they have fucking left here. You know what? Since Katie called me out on it, we'll get that one too. The YouTube rewind is coming up here. Let's do some Arvolt memes. We did Katie Z memes. But yeah, just for an idea and the map on everything else off of this, that's there's where 59th Street is that we did start talking about. You know, there's the St. James Church, that's 58th, and then that's where the Ruther High School is, Ruther Central High School. Once again, like we all talked about, there's where he was, cleaning up the graffiti right there. That's where they're at right now, is in this building. And yeah, that's everything else. I mean, this is where I lit up the camera when I started off here. And then that's the train station. I used to live within sight of this area. Like, I could see this, where I lived. I'm not going to show you where I lived here, but I was in eyesight of this area. So with that, I mean, we'll use this as the reference here, and we'll zoom down. So yeah, where the train station is, that's what we're going to use for a reference. And this is where the Rosenbaum shooting happened. It was at this property right here. So from here to here was how close I lived to all this. I know we tried to do this over on the Steven stream, on the Ignoramus stream, but yeah, that's how close I was to all this when I lived in town here. I am so glad I moved out when I did. And I mean, and just to give you a reference off of that, that's, well, 1,000 feet is your marker, but, you know, that's the entirety of Kenosha. When you look at it from there, it is, I mean, I was right there this whole time, or would have been, rather, this whole time. I think my cousin was born at what's called Freighter now. It was KMH before Kenosha Memorial. They changed the name since I moved back out. The Buzz Cafe, did they change the name of that place? No, that's a different place. Never mind. I was about to say, they didn't change the name of my favorite coffee place, did they? But no, they didn't, because that's all the way up here. Harborside Common Grounds, best coffee in Kenosha. If you ever come up this way and we meet up in Kenosha, because I don't know if we'll meet out this far west, but if anybody in the audience ever comes this way, we will go and have coffee at Common Grounds. That is one of my favorite. I will drive the hour to go to Common Grounds again. I love that place. There are some cool old world buildings in Kenosha. Yeah, there are. They're amazing. There are a few fewer ones now because of, well, this, but yeah. I was up there about a year ago to check it out. Everything was still all boarded up. A lot of stuff is still boarded up right now, too. When are you starting a Tartarier YouTube channel? I don't know what that word means, MK Ultra. Yeah, I will drive the hour to go to Common Grounds, because there is not a place that's that good in Janesville. I will drive the hour for that. Alright, we are back waiting for them. For about 6 minutes they said they were going to try to come back. Let's find some R-Volt memes, shall we? R-Volt 24 memes, that was the last thing that I looked up over here. I like that. This guy, fuck around, find out. Yeah, I haven't even looked at the Arbery one. Berserker Bear and John Levi are way ahead. Michelle Gibson, you know this man. Let's see. Sesame Street has been named 123 Pfizer Street. This one was my favorite one. I am so glad that one popped out and we got to use that on Contemporary. Did we do that yesterday morning? No, we did that this morning. Dude, the days are running together right now. I can't, because usually right now, by the way, I'm so buried in stock and paperwork that I don't know which way is fucking up. And I feel great. I just love I just love being here streaming with you guys. I'm really glad that this testimony came up and we had a reason to stream and talk about news, because I know Katie Z wouldn't be here if... I know for a fact Katie Z wouldn't be here if we're playing video games, because she's already said right out that she can't sit and watch video games, which is lame. We'll get her there. We will do that at some point. But yeah, that's what I thought I was going to be doing today until I found out that he was taking a stand. Which I did think was ill-advised. And I actually stand by the fact that I believe it was ill-advised for him to take the stand. Not in least the part of the fact that we have to sit through this painful badgering and testimony and fucking boomer tech talk. It's so amazing Pfizer put out that OG tweet. That was fucking hilarious. 10K quote tweets. Oh, excuse me. Actual autists and Pfizer. We have the best meme making team. I hope, and I gotta talk to, well, first we gotta get the money for it, but I gotta talk to Bobby Joe about it, and I hope that we can have a meme page on Turn Some Pages and just let Katie Z and R-Volt go to town. What kind of loser plays video games? This kind of loser. I'm loving Fallout 4, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little bit bummed that Fallout 3 crashed because they did the update and it doesn't play nice with my mods. I gotta see if I can get Seawall in to fix that at some point. So I'm a little bit bummed that that happened, because I really like Fallout 3, but I'm really glad that I could start a second character and stream out some Fallout 4 too. That's awesome. I enjoy that. Alright, just a couple more minutes. They say they'll be back in a couple more minutes here. And when the testimony gets up, I'll probably get up and hit the can too, but we'll talk through the rest of this here. I won't leave you guys hanging. Definitely won't do that. Oh, we got more memes. We got more memes. Fatlock. Let's look at this one here. Quarter Black Garrett put this one out. So Quarter Black Garrett says, I dig his grandpa energy as he's sitting there. You know, looks like he's looking through... Oh, the highlight of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial by far was when the judge was just casually reading a catalog to order cookies. Yeah, it's getting to be about that time too, where people are trying to raise money for their school trips. So, yeah, I'm sure somebody went out there and said, hey, you want to look at the cookie catalog? And then Fatlock comes out and says, Base Schrader, I am the law. I like that. I like it a lot. Tubin is trending. Why the fuck is Tubin trending? Do we want to know? I'm not going to look at my notifications over on this side, but why is Tubin trending? Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh will provide this for us. Jeffrey Tubin, who masturbated in front of his coworkers on a Zoom call, accuses Kyle Rittenhouse of being an idiot. You know where that goes? Right straight in the Discord. We'll cover that one tomorrow. I'm not even going to listen to that right now. I will be surprised with the rest of you in the morning. Well, except for those of you who go to Matt Walsh's Twitter and go see what it is that he said. Thank you, Aimless Gamer. So I tweeted this out. It's about your liberty. Tweets back. I don't know if he was like just by the handle. I don't know if he is on our side or not. I think he is because he's following me. Which if he's not on our side, he'd probably be a follow me and hate commenting on everything here. But yeah, I made the comment out, and then of course I shamelessly plugged the fact that we're watching this. It says, what did Binger think that he was going to do? Leave a rifle on the ground in the middle of a fucking war zone? That would be massively irresponsible. And it's about your liberty at TriggeredLiber7. Follow at TriggeredLiber7, by the way. Asked, well, I don't know, hand it to a squire. Everybody follow at TriggeredLiber7 if you're on Twitter. Yeah, because what the fuck was up with that, by the way? Well, you knew you were going down into a zone where you thought there were friendly people there. Why did you take your rifle? I don't know, because it was mine. Like, it's the same thing. Oh, I know I'm going to be going into a place where I don't have to make a phone call. Why do I take my phone? I don't know, because it's in my fucking pocket. It was already there. And if he hadn't taken his rifle, Rosenbaum would have probably killed him, put him on the ground and started punching him in his face until he died. And somebody at the Ultimate gas station would have a shiny new fucking rifle to go cause fucking trouble with. This is not rocket science. Alright, we're past the 320 mark. This map of my former home. I'm not going to show you where I live now. But it's way out here. Way, way, way out here. You can't even see my cursor out here. Ooh. Ooh. New meme. New meme! It's not loaded back up. Oh, there it is. Be the first to like this. Yes, please. Oh, I did get a message back from my mom, too, which I could possibly read back out on air because it involved. My mom says, "Aw, thanks for sharing. That is a true statement." My mom says thank you to Katie Zed. Ooh, I got a delivery, apparently. One of my packages from Amazon probably showed up. I feel bad for the FedEx guy. While I was driving down to Kenosha the other day, I had to panic stop because of the way they have their stupid fucking lights laid out now. So I had to quick stop, and I know that my brakes were getting down, and I have a warped rotor. I know I should have changed my brakes a while ago, but I had a panic stop, and on the back I heard myself hit rivets on my brakes. So I ordered new brakes. I got them through Amazon because they're cross-drilled and slotted, and they cost about $200 less than they did in AutoZone. And it's a brand I've used before, so I feel safe having the little bit lower cost. I feel okay with that. But man, those boxes are like 300 pounds a pop, and the FedEx guy had to haul them up to my door. I feel bad for that dude. When I order stuff like that that's really heavy again, I do, at some point, I've got to go back and leave a tip out for whoever it is that delivers them because, well, they came a day early too, I should say that, but man, that makes me feel bad that that dude had to lug 2 300-pound boxes off his truck and up to my door. Because, yeah, they're rotors for a half-ton truck. They're heavy. I'm quick with the meme curation. I love it. I love having you guys here for that. And I love sharing it too, by the way. Alright, Schrader, you said 320, it's 324. Let's get this shit on the road. Oh, Chilaga says, your son is a legend, to my mom. I might just send that one back out too. I don't think she's watching. Send that one out too. Yeah, I don't think she's watching, but maybe she is. I have no idea. We're going out to Facebook, so but your messages don't get out to there, so she wouldn't be able to see them. But I can send them back across. She can't type fast enough to respond to you guys, so I can tell her that your presence is requested. I love this song, by the way. We're gonna bump this one up just a little bit because they're not starting with the trial yet, but I like this one. It's all the forest music from all the Legend of Zelda games in a sort of a medley. It's awesome. I like how it turned out. I love this artist too, DJ Cutman. He does mostly video game stuff, but it's still really cool. The Woods by DJ Cutman. Let's do a little bit. Oh, no, they're coming back in, too. They haven't turned the volume back on yet, but they're coming back in. Yeah, she just asked how to get there. So I gotta copy this back out, send this out to my Hangouts.
Front centrally, we're going to watch exhibit number 82. This is a version of the drone footage that was introduced by our expert James Armstrong yesterday. And I'd like to be able to put this TV centrally so everybody can see it. So if you could let us know if you're able to see it when we move it, please. Oh, yeah, I'll turn them on. Judge, may I use Sister Marciana's point, please?
I think she'll be coming into the live chat in just a minute, by the way.
As we play this video... As we play this video, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would...
No, Aimless, I wouldn't expect anything different from you. Uh-oh. Did they lose feed or did I lose feed?
I'm going to direct your attention to this location, which is at the front end of the Duramax. There's an individual here on the sidewalk who is in a wheelchair, and there's a little bit of a gap there between that individual and the Duramax. And I'd like you to keep your eyes on that location.
before we begin the video, Mr. Rittenhouse, are you able to see this video okay?
Yes.
All right. Please go ahead and play that. Could we please play that again? I'm going to have you pause at a moment right at the beginning. Pause. Now, Mr. Rittenhouse, you told us earlier everything that you did when you first got to this location, correct?
Yes.
What you didn't tell us is that right here on the video, you have your gun raised, don't you?
I can't see it.
I can't see it either.
You know what? This is a nice 4K TV. I'm going to turn it a little bit towards you.
Oh, the Bushi 4K TV.
Are you able to see that screen okay?
I don't think all the jurors can see it now.
I want to be able to play it for the defendant to be able to see it up close.
I understand. I'm just thinking if perhaps he could take the chair that the officer is in right now. And do you want to go over there as well?
Would it be easier, Mr. Rittenhouse, if you came and stood a little closer to that screen?
Is that the same definition?
Well, you know, and you're using the pointer, so we want to all be looking at the same TV.
Okay.
Okay.
Would it be appropriate for Mr. Rittenhouse to come
Sure.
stand closer to the TV? Would that be
As long as
okay?
he doesn't block the jurors, he and Mr. Richards can go over here.
All right,
And,
let's. I'll move this back.
stand right down there if you would, please.
Let's go back to the beginning of the video, please. I'm going to tell you when to pause.
Don't want to tell him. We can't see.
Well. All right, let's start the video. Pause.
Pause.
Mr. Rittenhouse.
What am I looking
You
at?
just came into the screen, put the fire extinguisher down, and now you've got your weapon raised, don't you? Let's play it one more time.
What?
Pause. Mr. Rittenhouse, can you see in that video that you raised your weapon and pointed it at someone?
I can't tell.
Let's play it one more time.
Your Honor, he's answered the question.
He says he can't see, so I'm trying to help him see. Go ahead. Pause. Pause the video.
It does.
I don't know what I'm looking at with this, by the way. Oh, and just so everybody knows, I think my mom is in the live chat with us here, but she doesn't want to chat back because it's got her first and last name on her Google account, which I don't know if I can change that from here without her password. But she is watching, so if you guys say something to her, she will see it. And I'm actually kind of glad for that too, because if she shows up in the chat, it'll show my last name as well. And I've been very careful not to have that up on a screen anywhere. Some of you guys know it already, but I've been very careful off of that. But there, I'm just looking at this. I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at. I can't tell. I see a little blotch probably about where the Zeminskis are, but I can't. I don't see anybody with a gun raised. But that's only because I can see little bitty blobs of shit. That's all that I see.
It doesn't look like I raised my rifle. It looks like my shoulder's up, but my rifle is pointed downward.
Thank you. Whoa. All right.
So your testimony today under oath is that you have no memory of raising and pointing your rifle when you first got to that location. Is that right?
Yes.
You see yourself put the fire extinguisher down.
I see myself drop it. Yes.
Let's play Exhibit 84 now, please.
By the way, just so we're aware on that while they're trying to figure this back out. Where that was shot, the drone was that was in this parking lot, and the drone was probably right about here facing northward. Probably right about here where the 32 is, maybe a little bit closer.
In this video, at this point, Mr. Rittenhouse, you have turned around and you are pointing your weapon at Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
And there is a point. Let's continue the video, please. All right, let's pause. Go back and start at the beginning again, please.
So there's Kyle right there. There's the bag getting thrown at him, and then, yeah.
Pause. You go back about half a second, please. Go back just a little bit more, please. Why don't you go back to the beginning, hit play, and I'll try and pause you a little bit better. Pause. There's a point where Mr. Rosenbaum is running after you, where he raises his hands and leaps up in the air, correct?
I wouldn't say he leaped in the air. I'd say he continued to run at me. He just...
yes, I believe it was a... no, I think it was an
both of
FBI
his
drone.
hands up in the air, right?
Yes.
And you could see that he was unarmed, correct?
Yes.
Please continue the video. Pause. Joseph Rosenbaum never touched you in any way during that incident, correct?
He grabbed the gun.
He didn't touch your body in any way, did he?
No.
He didn't kick you?
No.
He didn't punch you?
No.
Other than that plastic bag, he didn't throw anything at you?
No.
He didn't have a gun on him?
No.
He didn't have a knife on him?
No.
He didn't have a chain on him?
No.
He didn't have a bat on him?
No.
He didn't have any weapon of any kind, correct?
Other than him grabbing my gun, no.
Well, he didn't have possession of that gun. You did, correct?
I was holding it, yes.
And it was strapped to your body, correct?
Yes.
At all times during this incident, you retained possession of your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit, I apologize, Brian, I don't know if I mentioned this one earlier. I think it's 83. It's the full speed version of what we just saw. That was 84 just now, right? Okay, let's play 83, please. Mr. Rittenhouse, while you're watching this video, I'd like you to tell me if you see Mr. Rosenbaum jump up in the air with his hands up, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead and play.
I can't see that.
All right, pause. Can we go back to the beginning, please? And play again. Pause.
Yeah, he leaped like a little fucking fairy.
Right before Mr. Rosenbaum disappears behind that car, did you see him jump up in the air with his hands out?
No, I saw him do something like this.
That was a reaction to you pointing the gun at him, correct?
After he just threw something
yes,
at
but
him.
he kept running at me, so
He did keep running at him.
It didn't deter him.
But it slowed him down a little bit. He does this sort of jump with his hands in the air when you're pointing the gun at him, right?
No, he continues to gain speed on me.
Okay. Now let's play Exhibit 86, please. Go ahead. All right, pause it. Did you slow down?
Did I?
He was cornered!
I turned around, and I may have slowed down a little bit.
It looks like you slowed down before you even turned around.
Yes.
There were 4 cars around him.
You characterized Mr. Rosenbaum as advancing on you, speeding up towards you, but you actually slowed down, didn't you?
Because of the people around the cars, yes.
But after the shooting, you run around those cars and head back towards the direction you originally wanted to go to, right?
Yes.
So those people didn't stop that, did they?
They weren't there after I shot Mr. Rosenbaum.
They scattered after you fired your gun 4 times, didn't they?
Yes, they weren't there anymore.
No, there is not.
And you've heard Dr. Kelly's testimony that the first gunshot from you to Mr. Rosenbaum caused Mr. Rosenbaum to start falling to the ground. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
And then you continued to fire 3 more shots into him after that, didn't you?
I continued to fire until he was no longer a threat to me.
When he's falling to the ground in front of you, he's no longer a threat to you. His pelvis is broken, right?
I don't know.
But he's fallen to the ground, isn't he?
I saw him lunging towards my gun, and I remember his hand on the barrel of my gun.
Because he was trying to push it out of the way so you wouldn't shoot him.
Yeah, that's objectable.
What was the risk to you of death or great bodily harm at the moment you killed Joseph Rosenbaum?
If I would have let Mr. Rosenbaum take my firearm from me, he would have used it and killed me with it and probably killed more people if I would have let him get my gun.
Mr. Rosenbaum never said anything to you about taking your gun, did he?
He said, fuck you, and grabbed his gun.
But he tried to take my gun.
And whoever's got that gun is a threat to everyone else?
If he would have taken my gun, he would have used it against me.
Let's break that down. First of all, you had already prevented him from taking your gun by running away and doing that little dip and dodge that Mr. McGinnis talked about, right?
He was still coming after my gun.
But you could have kept running. You could have turned back around like you did, couldn't you?
No, I couldn't have.
You have the gun strapped to your body at this moment, correct?
Yes.
The strap is designed to keep that on your body so it doesn't come off, correct?
It was a cheap strap.
To help retain it, yes.
And you have both hands on the gun, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Rosenbaum has never said anything at all about wanting your gun. You never heard him say anything about that, correct?
I haven't.
You never said anything, he never said anything to you about using that gun at all, correct?
I don't know what Mr. Rosenbaum was thinking when he tried to grab my gun.
You just assumed that he was going to use it, that he was going to try and take it from you, first of all, and then you assumed he was going to try and use it on you.
If I would have let Mr. Rosenbaum...
Given the fact that his immediate words were, fuck you, as he grabbed the gun, I would call that a safe assumption. If it was me. And I want to point something out, because earlier in the testimony, Rittenhouse said that they were using a cheap strap. They just bought a cheap strap from Jelinski's, and I've been to Jelinski's. They sell some really crappy cheap straps. And I have a good leather strap for my Ithaca shotgun. I have a very, very good leather strap for that. And that is still designed that it can break away at a moment's notice. And that is a good high-quality strap, and it will still pop off at a moment's notice. He put a cheap strap on an AR-15 at some point where somebody was trying to grab that away from him.
If I get my gun, he would have killed me.
But you had already pointed your gun at him.
Yes, because he was chasing me.
Did you want him to think that you were going to shoot him?
No,
yes.
I never wanted to shoot Mr. Rosenbaum.
Why'd you point it at him if you didn't have any intention of shooting?
He was chasing me. I was alone. He threatened to kill me earlier in that night. I didn't want to have to shoot him.
But you understand how dangerous it is to point a gun at someone, don't you?
I pointed at him because he kept running at me, and I didn't want him to chase me.
But you understand how dangerous that is, don't you?
I pointed at him because he was chasing me.
I'll ask the question a third time, Mr. Rittenhouse. You understand
Don't comment. Just ask your question.
You understand how dangerous it is to point a gun at someone, correct?
Yes.
You understand that puts someone else in fear that they're about to be killed, right?
He was chasing me.
You understand that when you point your AR-15 at someone else, that may make them feel like they are about to be killed by you, correct?
Mr. Rosenbaum
That is the point.
chasing me. He said he was going to kill me if he got me alone. I was alone. I was running from him. I pointed at him, and it didn't stop him from continuing to chase me.
Did you hear my question?
Yes.
Yet you chose not to answer.
Objection, Your Honor. He answered. He just didn't like the answer.
Boom!
My question is,
Boom!
You understand that when you point your AR-15 at someone, it may make them feel like you're going to kill them, correct?
Calls for speculation. Relevant.
He asked if it would affect someone that way so as to perhaps deter the person.
Do you understand my question?
I do.
Can you please answer it?
I did. I said, Mr. Rosenbaum was chasing me. I pointed my gun at him, and that did not deter him. He could have ran away instead of trying to take my gun from me. But he kept chasing me. It didn't stop him.
Mr. Rittenhouse, you're telling us that you felt like you were about to die, right?
Yes.
But when you point the gun at someone else, that's going to make them feel like they're about to die, right?
Yeah, but it didn't
That's
deter
what you
him.
wanted him to feel.
No.
You wanted him to get the message from you that if you come any closer, I'm going to kill you. That's why you pointed the gun at him.
That's self-defense!
I pointed the gun at him to deter him from... I pointed the gun at him so he would stop chasing me. That's why I pointed the gun at him.
Because if you point the gun at him, you were hoping he would stop chasing you because he would get the message from you that if he keeps coming, you're going to kill him. Right?
I didn't want to have to kill Mr. Rosenbaum.
That's not the question I asked.
Serving no legitimate purpose.
It seems argumentative, Mr. He said it serves no useful purpose, it's badgering. It does seem argumentative.
Look at his mom. Look at his mom.
You intended, in that sequence we just saw, you intended to point your gun back at Mr. Rosenbaum in the middle of the parking lot, right?
I pointed at him so he would stop chasing me, but he didn't stop.
That was your intentional decision to point at him. That wasn't an accident.
I'm going to interrupt here. The jury cannot see you.
I thought we moved it. I'm sorry.
No, so please get it out of there.
He fucked around and he found out.
The point I'm trying to get at, Mr. Rittenhouse, is that wasn't like an accidental turning around and it just happens to be pointing in his direction, much like I'm just happen to, wave this around. You made an intentional decision in the middle of that incident to turn and point the gun at Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
And you can understand why that would make someone fearful for their life, right?
But he continued to chase me after, so no, I can't.
It didn't work.
It didn't stop Mr. Rosenbaum from chasing me.
And even after you shoot him one time and he starts falling, you continued to shoot 3 more times, right?
Until he was no longer a threat.
I continued to shoot until he was no longer a threat to me.
And then after that, you run around and he's lying there, face down on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And you're a medic, correct?
I have first aid training, yes.
Well, you proclaimed yourself that night to be a medic, an EMT. You told everyone that, right?
Yes.
And you had your medic bag with you, correct?
Yes.
And this location is right across the street from a hospital, isn't it?
Yes.
But your first thought was run away.
My first thought was to help him.
You didn't
That is
do
right across the street
anything
from a hospital, by the way.
to help him. You didn't do a single thing, did you?
The crowd started to scream, "Get him, get him, get him." And I didn't want to stay there with the crowd building and the mob advancing.
He didn't want to have to kill anybody else.
Were you surprised that a crowd would react that way when they just saw you shoot someone?
I don't know.
When you stood over Mr. Rosenbaum's body, did you know?
I'm Go ahead.
When you stood over Mr. Rosenbaum's body, did you know whether he was dead or alive?
I didn't.
Did you know whether or not it was possible at that moment to try and save him?
I wanted to help Mr. Rosenbaum. And if the crowd wouldn't have started screaming to get him, get him, get him, I would have stayed and did everything I could to help Mr. Rosenbaum. But the crowd just started to chase me and scream at me.
Let's play, can we have Exhibit 14, please? At the 3 hour, 58 minute, and 45 second mark.
I just realized I was going to get up to pee 30 minutes ago. Come on, douchebag.
Okay, play from here, please.
And blindside. So the orders you hear about yelling no cameras, it was white boys. That's Antifa, man. Oh, we got a gun, baby. Oh, you shoot. Oh, you shot him.
Plus, after you fired your 4 shots at Mr. Rosenbaum, there were 3 more gunshots right after that, right?
Yes.
And those were coming from very close to where you were, weren't they?
Yes.
They were coming from right here on the south side of the 63rd Street car source, right alongside 63rd Street on the north side of 63rd, right?
Yes.
You didn't react at all
Here.
to those gunshots, did you?
At that time, my audio was still going in and out partially.
But again, my question is, you didn't react at all to those, did you?
Not that I can see.
Let's continue, please.
Shot him, man. Shot him. Shot him, man. He laid him out. He laid him out, Bob. He laid him out.
Pause. No one in that crowd yells, "Get him," or anything threatening towards you until after you start running away, right?
No.
You had time in that moment to make a phone call, didn't you?
I called Dominic Black, yes.
You could have called 911, right?
Yes.
But you chose to call your best friend, right?
I called the first number of my phone.
Is that quicker than 3 digits, 911?
I don't know.
And then you started running.
Yes.
And the first person you encounter as you're running is Jason Lakowski, correct?
Yes.
This is a person that you had barely known for 15 minutes that night, right?
Yes.
And you told him you didn't shoot anyone, correct?
No.
You heard his testimony about that, right?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 12? While we're getting that ready, you talked earlier about this crowd and what they were saying, and you felt like they were coming after you. You had time to stop and have a brief little talk with Jason Lakowski, didn't you?
I stopped for a second and asked him to help me get to the police.
Even with this crowd on top of you, as you describe it, you still had time for that, didn't you?
For a second. I stopped for a second.
Let's play exhibit number 12, please.
So there was like 6 shots.
Hey, producer, screen.
Back up 10 seconds, please.
Hey, producer person.
Pause. There are people in the crowd that are asking you why you just shot someone, right?
Yes.
And you told them he had a gun.
At the time I was a little dazed and I was thinking of Mr. Zeminski with the pistol he had at the Duramax.
So you shot Mr. Rosenbaum because Joshua Zeminski had a pistol?
No.
You don't get to shoot someone else. You don't get to shoot someone else because someone else has
No.
a gun, right?
Objection.
No.
But you told the crowd he had a gun, didn't you?
That's what I said.
And that wasn't true. Mr. Rosenbaum never had a gun, right?
He didn't have a gun.
Now can we please play exhibit number 3 at the 1 hour, 17 minute, and 10 second mark? Grosskreutz Facebook live stream that night?
My mom said hi, by the way. She said, be sure to say hi to the people on the live chat.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot?
Pause. You told Mr. Grosskreutz you were going to the police, right?
Yes.
And then you said, I didn't shoot anyone, right?
I can't really make out what the last part of the words were saying.
Do you remember what you said?
I remember saying, I think I said I had to.
Let's play that back 10 seconds and play it again, please.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot?
Pause. Pause. Aren't your exact words, I'm going to the police, I did not shoot anyone?
That's what I remember from that night, but watching that, it sounds like I said I didn't.
That, again, was not true. You just had shot someone, correct?
I did.
Why didn't you tell the truth?
I was being chased by a mob, and I don't really remember that interaction very well.
Let's play Exhibit 5, please. This is the BG on the scene video. Go ahead. Pause. Now, we've heard a lot of testimony about this person who comes up behind you with something and hits you in the head. We've heard about Anthony Huber's first approach to you with his skateboard, correct?
Yes.
You testified that after a few more feet you felt lightheaded and you stumbled. That's what you told when your attorney was asking you questions, correct?
Yes.
No one knocked you to the ground. You lost your own balance, correct?
I was hit to the point to where I stumbled.
You said in response to your attorney's questions that you stumbled because you were lightheaded. Do you remember telling us that?
From getting hit, yes.
You were lightheaded because you had been running and you were being chased. That was why you were lightheaded, right?
That and being hit, yes.
Let's continue. Pause.
This producer needs to be fucking fired.
Who comes at you and jumps towards you and attempts to kick you, correct?
He does kick me, yes.
And you fire 2 shots directly at him with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
You intended to hit him with those bullets, correct?
I intended for him. Yes.
At that close range, it's a miracle that you missed, right?
I don't know.
You intended to kill him with those shots, didn't you?
No.
Did you even care whether or not those 2 rounds were going to kill him?
I didn't want to have to kill anybody that night.
In this moment, you're making a deliberate decision to pull the trigger twice, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't an accident. That was your conscious decision, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you're firing an AR-15 at close range to this individual, correct?
Yes.
And you knew full well that if you hit him with 1 or both of those bullets, it could kill him, right?
There's that possibility.
If you hit him with one of those, wouldn't you agree it's a pretty strong likelihood you're going to kill him?
I don't know
Did that even factor into your mind at that point? Did you even care whether you were going to kill him or not?
I didn't want to have to kill anybody. I was being attacked. That's why I shot him. Shot at him.
You shot at him with the intent of hitting him and killing him, correct?
I didn't want to kill anybody.
Then why are you shooting at someone with an AR-15 at close range if you don't want to kill him?
Because
to stop the attack.
And
this is fucking disgusting.
Jumping and kicking my face in.
That you didn't see any
jump
weapons
kick, man,
on that person, did you?
No.
You didn't see a gun?
No.
You didn't see a knife?
No.
You didn't see a bat or a club?
No.
You didn't see a chain?
No.
All
that's what
DAs
do,
is
Ron.
1 foot, correct?
Yes.
Let's continue the
Where's the objection?
Pause. You've just shot a round into Anthony Huber's chest, right?
Yes.
Now, up until this moment, and probably for the rest of that evening, you didn't know the name Anthony Huber, did you?
I did not.
Up until this moment in this evening, you had never had any interaction with him, took any notice of him, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And when you shoot him, he's got his skateboard in his hand?
Yes.
You didn't see any gun in his hand, correct?
No.
You didn't see a knife?
No.
You didn't see a bat?
No.
You didn't see a club?
No.
All he's got is the skateboard, right?
That he's hit me in the head with twice, yes.
Okay. And you intended to pull the trigger at that moment with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't an accident.
No.
That was your deliberate decision, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that the way that gun was positioned, you were going to fire that bullet right into his chest, right?
He was attacking me, so I pulled the trigger.
And you knew that when you pulled that trigger, that bullet was going to go right into his chest, didn't you?
I can't say. I don't know where the bullet would have went exactly.
Yeah,
the
what the
end of that gun?
Where's
was
the
directly
defense?
at his chest when you pulled the trigger, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that, correct?
Yes.
And you still pulled the trigger, didn't you?
Yes.
Because you intended to kill Anthony Huber at that moment, didn't you?
No.
What did you think was going to happen then? You got a gun that's aimed directly at his chest. You pull the trigger. What did you think was going to happen?
If I didn't pull the trigger, I thought Mr. Huber was going to kill me.
Maybe I misphrased my question. Let me try again. When you pull the trigger...
Okay, objection! What the fuck?
And it is directly against Anthony Huber's chest. What did you think was going to happen to Anthony Huber?
That he would no longer be a threat to my safety.
Because he'd be dead, right?
Because he wouldn't be a threat to me. I don't know if he'd be dead or not.
Did you even care at that moment whether or not Anthony Huber lived?
Where
Yes.
is
Your only concern in that moment was your own safety, correct?
Yes.
The next shooting is of Gage Grosskreutz. We have stopped the video at a moment here when he is crouched in front of you with his hands in the air, correct?
Of course they did,
Your
because it's
gun
the emotional argument.
is pointed at him, isn't it?
It's pointed downward towards his feet.
It's pointed at his body, some part of his body, correct?
Yes.
And he's no threat to you at this moment, is he?
Objection, Your Honor. He's standing in front of him with a gun.
That's an argument you can make. I'm asking a question of the witness.
Yes.
He's no threat to you at this moment, is he?
He is a threat. He has a gun in his hand.
You saw that gun.
Yes.
So at the moment, throughout all of these moments of your interaction with Mr. Grosskreutz, you were aware of the fact that he had that gun in his hand, correct?
Not until that moment.
I'm talking about from this moment on, correct?
Yes.
And of course, that's a handgun, right?
Yes.
And you have an AR-15, correct?
Yes.
And at this
AR-15,
moment,
it's so
he's
scary.
not pointing his gun at you, is he?
Not at that moment.
But you've got your gun pointed at him, correct?
It is in his general direction.
Looking
It's
at
not
the
at
video,
him.
I think I'm lowering my weapon. I think it's just a still shot of where you have it to where that, but I believe...
Which is deliberate.
I'm lowering it, and then he points his gun at me.
Can you help me understand, Mr. Rittenhouse, why Gage Grosskreutz, with a pistol in his hand, is a threat to kill you, but you, with an AR-15 pointed at him, is not a threat to kill him at this moment. Can you help me understand that?
I've been attacked by several people, and he decided to come and point a gun at my head. Well, first,
He hasn't done that yet, has he?
No.
So again, I ask you, in this moment, you told us Gage Grosskreutz is a threat.
No, I haven't seen anything about the ringtone yet.
He's got a pistol not aimed at you. You've got an AR-15 aimed at him. Why is he more of a threat to you than you are to him?
Because Kyle's on the ground
Because
prone.
He was moving at me with a gun in his hand.
This is right after you've killed Anthony Huber, correct?
Yes.
Right after you fired 2 shots at almost point-blank range at the man running towards the camera right now and missing him, correct?
Yes.
And you're telling us Gage Grosskreutz is the real threat at this moment?
Yes.
Yes.
Can we please pull up exhibit number 80, beginning at frame 468? This is an exhibit which consists of...
I know. No, I know. That's absolutely correct, Aimless Gamer.
729 frames from the BG on the Go video that we just watched. This was prepared by James Armstrong of the State Crime Lab. I'm not going to show all 729, but I'd like to start at frame 468, and we're going to go frame by frame from there until frame 500. Mr. Stute, could you please slowly advance frame by frame until I tell you to stop? Mr. Rittenhouse, this is immediately after Gage Grosskreutz has stopped in front of you and you are doing something with your firearm at that moment. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about what you were doing at that moment. Is it fair to say that you turn your firearm over and you're looking at it, you're examining it?
Yes.
But your testimony is you didn't do anything to actually manipulate it at that moment.
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Please continue. Frame 500 shows you firing your AR-15 towards Gage Grosskreutz. At this particular moment, he does not have that pistol pointed towards you, does he?
He does.
His left leg has stepped across not directly towards you, but to the side of you, correct?
Yes.
He's reaching in with his left arm towards you, correct?
Yes.
He never steps back and puts the gun in both hands in a ready aim position towards you, does he?
He doesn't do that.
He never takes that gun with his right hand and stands there and holds it out with his right hand in front of him and aims it directly at you, does he?
No, he does this pointing it directly at my head.
And you thought that's the way he was going to shoot you?
Yes.
Yeah.
You thought he ran up close to you to shoot you?
Yes.
You understand that he could have taken that gun if he wanted to and shot you from 10, 15, 20 feet away, right?
Can you sorry, I'm trying to understand the question.
You understand that a pistol like that
Where
doesn't need
is
to be right
the
up close
defense?
to someone to shoot, right?
Yes.
It can shoot from 10, 15, 20 feet away, right?
Yes.
Mr. Grosskreutz could have stopped 10, 15, 20 feet away if he wanted to shoot you.
do that?
And fired his pistol at you, couldn't he have?
He could have, but he didn't.
And your testimony is that you believe
Done.
he ran up close to you and reached in with his left hand with his gun in his right hand because that was his way of using this gun to shoot you?
Yes.
Did you think he was reaching in to grab your gun?
No.
You didn't think he was going to take your gun away, did you?
I thought he was going to shoot me.
With his pistol?
Yes.
Which he never actually does. Correct?
Correct.
He never fires that gun at you at all.
No.
In fact, in this entire sequence of events, no one ever fired a gun at you, did they?
Mr. Zeminski fired a gun from behind me.
Did Mr. Zeminski fire that gun at you?
I believe so.
What do you base that on? Did you see it?
The video.
Did you see it?
No.
You're talking about back when the incident with Mr. Rosenbaum happens, correct?
Yes.
That happened while you and Mr. Rosenbaum are running across the car source lot, correct?
Yes.
At that moment in time, you didn't see Joshua Zeminski fire a shot, did you?
No.
You heard a gunshot, right?
Yes.
But you had no idea who fired it.
I believed it was Mr. Zeminski.
So that gunshot did not at all factor into your decision to kill Joseph Rosenbaum, did it?
No, Mr. Rosenbaum trying to steal my gun did.
So you didn't think that was a gunshot from Joseph Rosenbaum?
No.
You knew he didn't have a gun?
Oh, I see what
Hey,
you're
there's more wrenches in here.
You didn't think that the shot which had been fired supposedly by Mr. Zeminski had been fired by Mr. Rosenbaum.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you heard a gunshot. You now know that was Joshua Zeminski based on watching the videos, right?
Yes.
But at the time, you didn't think that was Joseph Rosenbaum firing that shot, did you?
No.
You knew Joseph Rosenbaum didn't have a gun, right?
Yes.
And you certainly would agree with me that you don't have the right to kill Joseph Rosenbaum for something Joshua Zeminski does, correct?
Yes.
When you heard that gunshot, you didn't know whether it was fired at you or up in the air or at Rosenbaum or anyone else, did you?
I heard it from behind me, but I didn't.
You didn't know where it was aimed,
Correct.
correct? You didn't feel it hit you, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear it ricochet anywhere near you, correct?
Correct.
You received no indication that that gunshot was going to put your life in danger, correct?
I don't know.
There were gunshots going off all night long, weren't there?
Sorta.
Firecrackers,
Fireworks,
gunshots?
yeah.
Hard to tell the difference?
Yeah.
Right after you kill Rosenbaum, there's 3 shots right after that, aren't there?
Yes.
From very close to where you were.
Yes.
Yet you don't turn and shoot anybody there after you hear those, did you?
No.
So, getting back to my original question. In this entire sequence of events, no one ever fired a shot at you, did they?
No.
After you kill Anthony Huber, shoot Gage Grosskreutz,
Objection!
and attempt to fire those 2 shots at the person who jumped at you, you got up and you walked away, didn't you?
Yes.
And you're about, what, a block away from the police line?
Yes.
And you know that police line's there because you're running towards it.
Yes.
And there's really nothing in the road between you and that police line, is there? After the shooting? Everybody
No.
scatters?
No, nothing in the road.
So you have a clear line of sight from where you did those shootings to those law enforcement
Objection!
vehicles, correct?
Yes.
And you still have your AR-15.
Yes.
And the crowd is pretty much run after they hear the shots, right?
Yes.
You still have your medic bag.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
You never once offer to help anybody that you just shot, correct?
I don't.
Correct, you don't?
Correct.
Anthony Huber is lying there over on the ground after you shot him once in the chest, correct?
Yes.
You didn't know at that point whether he was alive or dead, did you?
I didn't.
You never went over to check, did you?
No.
You didn't know whether it was possible to save his life at that moment or not, did you?
I didn't.
And you didn't even care. You just kept on walking. Correct?
I kept walking to get to the police line.
Gage Grosskreutz, right after you shoot him in the arm, is yelling, "I need a medic." Did you hear that?
Yes.
That's in the videos, isn't it?
Yes.
You don't do anything to help him, do you?
No.
You just decide to get out of there as fast as you can. Correct?
Yes.
If you had seen someone running up the street with a gun and the crowd was saying that that person just shot someone, like they were saying about you, you would have taken action to stop them yourself, wouldn't you?
No, I wouldn't.
That's objection!
You're running around putting out fires, aren't you?
Yes.
A shooting's far more serious than a fire, isn't it?
Yes.
You took it upon yourself to do the things that the police and the fire departments weren't doing that night, correct?
I helped put out fires, but I wouldn't say that.
You went around offering medical service because you didn't think there were EMTs or EMS that would be able to come in there, correct?
Yes.
So you took it upon yourself to do the things that you didn't think the police or fire could do, correct?
I wouldn't say I took it upon myself, but I was helping people with first aid and putting out fires at businesses.
So if you saw someone running with a gun and everybody said, that guy just shot someone, you would have taken your AR-15 and tried to stop him, wouldn't
That
you?
is speculation!
It goes to the crowd's
Where?
reaction to him, Your Honor. I think you would have reacted the same way.
The crowd is important in terms of its effect
Thank you.
it bears on some of the counts as to what the surroundings were. Otherwise, the crowd is unimportant, and what he might have done vis-a-vis the crowd is, I don't see where we're going.
Understood. When you got...
I'm glad
back
somebody's
to that
paying
police
attention
line,
to what's illegal in this line of
and
questioning.
What'd you say? They pepper sprayed you?
I believe so, but I don't remember it.
They told you to get out of the road?
Yes.
Because they were going in there to
Yes.
do what you hadn't done, which is to try and help the people that you just shot.
Objection, speculation.
Yes.
And then you went back after that to the 59th Street car source, didn't you?
Yes.
And you told them that you just shot someone.
Yes.
Someone, meaning an individual person, correct?
I wasn't meaning individual. I was saying I just shot someone.
You were told by Nick Smith that the police were coming to your location, to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that.
And yet, you decided to flee, didn't you?
No.
You didn't stick around for the police, did you?
He walked towards the police. Hands up.
Police department.
A couple of hours later.
An hour.
It wasn't a couple hours. He knows what time it was.
I'm asking the witness if the witness can answer.
Go ahead, you can answer, sir.
It was a couple of hours later, wasn't it?
No.
And in between leaving that location in downtown Kenosha and getting to Antioch, you were looking at social media, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. My phone was dead.
You had heard from other people that your name was out there, right?
Later on in the evening, I believe I heard something, but no.
You knew that your picture was out there, right?
No.
You're telling me, as you sit here under oath, that after those shootings, between then and the time you turned yourself into the Antioch Police Department, you had no idea that there was social media out there with your picture and your name as the shooter?
I'm trying to recall, but I I can't. I'm trying to remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
I have no further questions.
Nothing on there, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir.
Where were you?
But before that, call that witness. I need to use the men's room.
About a 5 to 10 minute break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. You may either use the jury room or you may remain down here in the library.
I don't know when they're going to stop. Where was the legal team on this? Where were they? I could point to at least 10 questions that were asked in that line of questioning that were illegal by the 4th and 5th Amendment. Probably the 6th at this point, too. No, that would have stopped. If any lawyer on there was worth their fucking salt, that would have stopped. Right then and there. Yes, Ron Helton, absolutely. There's a thing called adrenaline, which produces a fight or flight response. If Kyle had stayed there, he would have still been in the fight. Anyone who's been in an intense situation knows this. I don't know who they're calling else. No, there's a pink mark on the center of my foot right now because of a blister that got there. It's a scarred over blister because in the midst of a frying pan on my stove going up in fucking flames while I was in pajama shorts, I went out and got the fire extinguisher and a bit of grease that popped over there, landed on my foot. I didn't know about it until the next day. I understand what fight or flight is. And yes, when you're in that situation, this lawyer, this defense counsel is no, this is fucking crap. Shall said, it sucks they freeze frame Kyle in the mask. He's barely worn it. Spartan with the dragon. Thank you, Spartan. Been kind of live tweeting a little bit as we go too. It seems that's Mr. 4 Doors More Horrors to you, Mr. Binger, has taken a little bit of a life of its own here. I have a small Twitter account, so but there's another one going on here. Occupy Dumbasses over on Twitter brought this one back up here. And I quote tweeted back out. Occupy Dumbasses says, breaking. Congress approves new mandate requiring that alcohol monitoring systems be included in all new vehicles as early as 2026 in an effort to stop intoxicated drivers and completely eliminate DUI deaths. Retweet if you think this is a great idea. Number one, that is not going to completely eliminate DUI deaths. If you think your little fucking police state is going to do anything off of this, well, A, you're not the Occupy people that you say you were, because your Occupy people were against the police state. This is straight up fucking police state. And then I put this back out here and I went the other direction. I said, quote tweet if you think this is a violation of the 4th and 5th, which it is. Dude, I am fired up right now. I've already had a can of Bang and I'm halfway through a massive cup of coffee, so there's that. But I am fired up right now. That last line of questioning that boiled my blood when I saw that. That boiled my blood. I can't believe they got away with that bullshit. That was crap, and everybody out there knows it. By the way, subscribe to the GoFundMe if you could. I think that would be awesome of you. Yeah, it might just be the caffeine. I have a small Instagram too. I didn't start using Instagram for anything other than just personal stuff and following e-thoughts until a few months ago. Now I use it all the time, and I use it for doing stuff for Turn Some Pages as well. I have a second one that's actually on the email address for the Turn Some Pages one. The one that I'm using right now, the one that everybody comes back and sees, is actually associated with my Facebook account, which is with my Yahoo email address. To give you an idea how old that is. Let's see what else. Not objecting too much is a strategy. They don't want the jury to think he's hiding something. Well, yeah, and I mean, they let this jackass go off the way that he was, but, I mean, you can't violate the Constitution either, and I'm glad the judge finally stepped in on this. And yes, everything in there is a word trap. Life to the Max is right. Thank you for that. Next time, Kyle should wait until he's being stomped to death on the ground and then fight back. He ran away and they kept chasing. Yes, they did. Dude, I am fired up right now. Just absolutely fired up. Let's put a refresh on Katie Zed's meme page. Nope, still the same. I still like that one though. That one's funny. The weird part is the freeze frame that they put in for Binger. It looks like he's enjoying it. That's the worst part of it. That's what makes it the most disturbing. Spartan says, I need 24 hours to answer any questions in any serious trial. Yeah, this is just fired. This has got me fired up. Oh, cool. I just tuned into Stephen Ignoramus's channel and I see myself. Hey, look, it's me. Woo! That's cool. Welcome everybody who came over from Stephen's channel. So, yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I said it was going to be, too. Once again, we can spin around in the chair and say, fuck you, I was right. Because, once again, I was right. I knew exactly what this was going to be. As soon as they started doing this, I knew what this was going to be. This was going to be, and that's all they have left. The Grosskreutz thing fell apart on the stand as soon as he said, no, he didn't fire on me until I lowered the gun. And the word trapping that he was trying to put around there, the alleged victim, the rioter, had already come out and confessed that he had pointed the gun at Rittenhouse. So that was a load of fucking garbage, the way that he put that out there. That was a complete load of crap. And they know it. That's the worst part of this, is they all know what they're doing wrong. That was a load of crap. That was already established that Grosskreutz pointed his gun at Rittenhouse. That was already well established. But, yep, they're going to continue to go on and try to use this as absolute. Let's see. Katie Zed says, no new memes, I'm driving. Don't text and drive. Hell, when Huber was beating him with a skateboard, he was on the ground. Yeah. They were not trying to detain Kyle. They meant him no harm. No doubt about it. Oh, Katie Zed's got one on deck. The Daily Beast. Let's see what... Dan, which by the way, I stand with Dan. Oh, yeah, we already got it here. Ready to go. Thank you, Aimless Gamer. I stand with Dan. I'm actually going to tweet that as soon as I get this up here. The Daily Beast. The judge presiding over the Rittenhouse murder trial apparently forgot to silence his cell phone. When the proceedings returned from lunch, revealing to the world that his ringtone is Lee Greenwood's cheesy patriotic anthem, God Bless the USA. As if that's the worst thing in the world. Guess what? Guess where that's landing? That's going to be on the stack for tomorrow morning. I'm going to keep opening up tabs and my computer is going to slow down. Thank you, Aimless Gamer.
Telling jurors about the moment he opened fire the night of August 25th during the unrest in Kenosha. After a brief break, he composed himself.
and Mr. Rosenbaum was right there at the corner of
Why are we getting a narrator?
Starting to chase me.
Rittenhouse said while helping to protect a used car lot, Joseph Rosenbaum ambushed him.
As you see him lunging at you, what do you do?
I shoot him.
Rosenbaum would later die. Rittenhouse says he then took off down
Rosenbaum would later
People
die.
were screaming, and I just was trying to get to the police running down Sheridan Road.
And you say I'm trying to get to the police. Why were you trying to get to the police?
So I didn't do anything wrong. I defended myself.
Rittenhouse told jurors that's when Anthony Hubert knocked him to the ground.
Yeah, why do we have an NBC feed on
He
here?
strikes me in the neck with his skateboard.
I can see with the speaker that this is where we're getting the audio from.
He grabs my gun, and I can feel it pulling away from me, and I can feel the strap starting to come off my body.
And what do you do then?
I fire one shot.
Huber also died. Rittenhouse then said Gage Grossroads...
Well, while we're listening to this, which we're not supposed to be listening to right now.
Me on the ground, and his pistol is pointed at me, and that's
The
when
PBS guy must have pulled up an
Prosecutor
autoplay
Thomas
article.
Binger immediately challenged the teen's motive during cross-examination.
You felt that night.
Ron Helton says if Kyle had waited until one of his eyeballs was knocked out of its socket, the DA would have said, "If you still had one eye left, why did you shoot him?" MK Ultra. No, Kyle just got called down from the stand. He just got done being crossed.
Show up.
Which is why you.
Leibt to Max says KT working overtime.
To provide first aid and put out fires.
Chillaga says Daily Beast being a left wing site is telling. Of course it is. Why did you shoot him?
Department to do. Correct.
Sorry, my dog is bugging me. I didn't know you had a dog, Quest.
To help people, yes.
Oh, good. They finally caught it. I knew you had chickens. I didn't know you had a dog, too. Mazel tov. I don't have a dog. I wish I had a dog. Except he probably have his nose in my hand right now, begging to go outside, because we've been sitting here for a while.
Okay. Now.
Oh,
the
now we're
question
back
becomes, how long will this take? Shame on me. It's 20 to 5.
It's been a long day, too. I don't know if you
Yeah.
knew that.
But he's come here from Oregon, and you want to get him?
Well, no, you're available tomorrow, first thing? Okay.
I don't want to start wrong, right?
I mean, if I thought you could get your direct in 20 minutes,
Absolutely not.
then why don't we wait until tomorrow? Well, I shouldn't say that. Tell me what is expected course of the case after that, because maybe I would let you if it.
With this witness
3? Raise your right hand.
That's what we have under subpoena. Well, Mr. Black isn't under subpoena. We have Drew Hernandez and Bray to clear up the racking, the spent shell casings, and what evidence was recovered from each
I
one.
don't want to. I thought Officer Van Wee testified to emptying the gun when at the hospital
At the crime scene, number 2, event
Right.
number 2, the state is saying that my client, Paige
I know what's
Grosswitz,
been
re-racked
said.
the gun. If there was a
I understand that, and I thought that Officer Van Wee said that there was a full except for 8 shots, 8 bullets.
But there was no, the word I'm looking for, live round found at event number 2. So if there was a re-racking,
What
of
the
that bolt,
fuck is
there would have been a
this?
live round. And
Oh,
there
see,
were-
I counted and I came up with a full load, even without any bullet being found.
Maybe I'm just, and additionally, that Mr. Grosswitz said he didn't know whether or not his gun had one in the chamber. Lukowski testified to it, and in fact, there is a live round right on the ground.
Oh, this is what your third. Okay, well, let's deal with the realities of it. Unless you gentlemen are prepared to tell me that you're going to send me your proposed instructions on within by 4, like 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. And unless you're going to tell me that you're going to argue for less than an hour and a half each, then we're going to end up either working Saturday or working on Monday. So let's take a vote here, because the jury did clear Tuesday. And of course, I think I read once that Abraham Lincoln, when he took a vote on the Emancipation Proclamation, all the votes were no. And then he said, but the deciding vote is aye. And so I'm going to take a vote about what you folks want to do, but that doesn't mean it's going to come out the way you want. So who wants to work Saturday?
I'll work Saturday, I'll work Monday, I'll do whatever the court asks me.
Who wants to come back on Monday? Okay, so it's 1 to they don't care to I'm going to vote with you on Monday. So okay, so I know. Is it okay if I tell the jury we are hopeful that we will conclude the case on Monday? I understand that. Is there going to be extensive rebuttal?
I don't think it's going to be extensive, but
Yeah.
we do reserve the right to call
Sure,
a vote, yes.
I understood. Well, maybe I'll tell them I expect that we'll finish in the time which was given to us, which was included Tuesday. And we'll see what happens. All right. Anything else before I call the jury down? Oh, and then I'm going to dismiss them for the day. And we'll start in the morning with Dr. Black. Anything else?
Do you want the instructions by 7? Is that what you would?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
So
But are you telling me that would be?
I'm telling you that I'll do whatever you want.
If you want by 8.
What a fucking kiss ass. I'll do whatever you
We're
want.
just about the count 6, right?
Yeah, well, you know what? I'll send you my preliminary. No, I won't do that. I'll send you my preliminary tonight. As long as we're not going to argument until next week. I'm not even going to promise that. Let's just... Cool. All right. Let's call the jury down. Dismiss them for the day. You don't have to send me anything tonight, and I won't send you anything.
I think they're in bed.
Oh.
So, is this where they're going to cut this now, or... I have no idea. Oh, they're fighting. They're fighting. Can anybody read lips? YouTube is removing the dislike count on all videos across its platform, leading some to recall when the 2018 YouTube Rewind video created by the company to showcase the year in YouTube culture became the site's most disliked video. Yeah, it really did become them tube. Let's put that in a stack for tomorrow too.
All right, folks. How many are in favor of my continuing to allow that light to flicker through the remainder of the trial?
Jesus.
Why don't we get maintenance in here, and hopefully they can fix that. And we're gonna stop for the day, and we're going to come tomorrow morning at 9. And I have just discussed the matter with the lawyers, and I'm very confident that we will finish by Tuesday, as I asked you about a couple weeks ago. And there's a bare chance, I don't want to get your hopes up, but there's a chance we could finish on Monday. And that's the best of my information, and it isn't a promise, but I think that's very realistic. So, in the meantime, please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Or discuss the case with anyone, including members of your immediate household. And any questions? See you tomorrow.
I have to go upstairs, Judge.
Yeah. Please, and Mrs. Mataska-Muntink or her designee will talk to you.
All right, and that's it for the day, for everything that they had to do today. So let's talk a little bit about this. Let's talk a bit about what happened here, because we haven't talked it to fucking death while it was going here. Also, thank you, special guests, including, unfortunately, due to the fact that you couldn't come in and talk. Thank you to my mom for appearing in the live chat, that she does say hi to everybody else who was in here, who was talking to her. She thanked you for the kind comments, too. I got the text message for that, because, once again, she didn't want to have her surname in here. And, well, like I say, I do appreciate that, because it's the same as my last name. And I do try to keep that up out of there. My parents choose not to be in the public political sphere, but I do, and I don't want to drag them into it with my name. I know it's going to come out eventually, unfortunately. It is going to happen eventually, but, you know, that's what we see up here. Let's see what we've got. And yes, I know, it's on my Buy Me a Coffee and on my PayPal too, so it's inevitable. It's going to happen. If you want to find out what it is, donate money to me. That's the best way to do it. Let's see. Life to the Max says, pray for the jury to be just. Yeah, that's my biggest fear right now. It's not necessarily that the jury itself is going to be unjust. I am more afraid right now of the fact that I think that there's going to be somebody on the jury, just like we saw in the Chauvin trial, where it was where we're going to have some Hong Kong with that. That's what I'm most afraid of right now. There's somebody in the jury pool every time they get drawn away that says, no, God damn it, you are going to you're going to rule the way that I want you to. Otherwise, I know who all of you are. I know where your homes are. I know who your families are, and we are going to make sure. And I don't know if there's been any shenanigans or rioting going on outside of the courthouse either. I don't. There wasn't much there when I was like what we saw with the Chauvin trial. There was a massive autonomous zone set up outside the courthouse. Now, if this doesn't go the way that the left wants to, I think that could happen. I absolutely think that we could see a big autonomous zone set up in Memorial Park, which would be hilarious, because they would also have to block off one of the busiest highways in Kenosha to do that. Let's bring the map back up here. I know, I just said we're going to get out of the newsfeed and just do chatting here and talk with you guys, which I will catch up with your chat in just a second here. But yeah, so this is like where all the action happened, obviously. But yeah, this is where they are. This is where they're all doing this. And yeah, when I was down here before, there was no like real protest. There were like 12 people out there with a Pan-African American flag, the Pan-African colors out there. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that if this goes the way that they don't want it to go, this is going to become the autonomous zone right here, thus blocking off a major state highway that goes, by the way, if you follow 32, all the way down, it becomes 137, I believe. Yeah, 137 once you get into Illinois, and that goes right into downtown. Yep, goes through North Chicago, and it goes and it runs into 41, I believe. I don't think 137 goes straight into North Chicago. My Chicago people can help me out with that, but I know, yeah, I believe it runs back. No, it goes west. It kicks west and goes back out to the suburbs. I thought it went down to 41 and went into... Why does it kick the fuck back around? I don't understand Illinois engineering. I thought it went straight down into downtown. I guess it doesn't. I thought it became Lakeshore Drive. But yeah, to block off one of the major pipelines of Kenosha like that, that's not going to play well with a lot of people. Let's get back up here to where we were. 50th. 52nd, yeah. So that's what's going to happen if they do this. I noticed that this is X'd and dashed out, too. I'm not sure why. Maybe they are planning to have an autonomous zone there. I don't know what's going on with the lines around this thing. I don't quite understand Google Maps, though, so that could be just a glitch or something else that they're looking to make sure happens here. All right, let's do live chat. We got to catch up to where we were. Ron Helton says salt and pepper schnauzer. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Yeah, I knew about the hens. I didn't know about the dog. Life to the Max says star witness, Colonel Sanders. Aimless Gamer says, oh, that's what the defense looks like. Yeah, they definitely weren't making any noise when they were supposed to be throughout that line of questioning. Ron Helton's got it right on point with this. I love having Ron Helton in the chat. He is so on point with so many of the points that he makes. Even though we disagree with me, full minarchism versus full anarchism with Ron Helton, even though we disagree at that point, Ron is on so much point, especially with trial law like that. Did Ron Helton used to be a lawyer, maybe? I don't know. I know he's up there. He's older than my mom and dad, and he's retired probably by now, but did he used to be a lawyer? Shilaga says, I hope it's Kyle's dad. Yeah, that would be interesting to see. Life to the Max, right, Aimless? Number 2. Katie Zed says, I like Drew Hernandez. I hope they call Elijah Schaefer. He's on the witness list. I don't know what he could bring to the table for this, but I guess we'll find out tomorrow. I don't know if I'll stream the trial tomorrow. I know that I wanted to get the Rittenhouse testimony off of this because I knew that one was going to be important, and I wanted to have that one on record. I might do the rest of it privately, but I wanted to get that one on record. For sure. For sure, for sure. Story time! Ron Helton says Beyond Meat shares cratering ahead of news that sales are floundering. Let's look at Beyond Meat in the news. We'll put that on the stack for tomorrow. Thanks, Ron Helton. See, you can share stuff without even being in the Discord because we're streaming midday. That's awesome. Quest Fanning says hard drinking. Ibrahim Lincoln. Let's see, who else is here? Ron Helton says, who in the right mind quotes that tyrant Lincoln? 407 years ago, our forefathers brought forward onto this continent a new nation. I quoted that tyrant Lincoln. Look at that. Flounder. Chilaga says, Elijah does good, but he just annoys me so much I can't explain it. There are content creators out there that I'm that way with too. Like, they're good at what they do, they just annoy me. Ron Helton says, I thought Lincoln was already canceled. Where's the music? Let's throw some music back up on here. How long have we been streaming, by the way? I don't even know. 4 hours and 12 minutes. Let's see. Chillaga says, not entirely sure why I dislike him. Big Mike Tyson fan. Stephen Ignoramus, I came out of lurk to laugh at Chillaga. Nice. Welcome back, Stephen Ignoramus. Are you caught up yet? Life to the Max says, never watched this much of any case ever. We got the Keck. We got the Keck. He will come back to talk to the jury. Yeah, we saw that. Wait, I went over to my other browser to turn music on. And then got distracted by wondering how long we've been streaming for. Life to the Max says, my brother also doesn't like him. It would be cool for a YouTuber to be called to the stand. Quest says, we can still gauge how well a video does by its like count. Probably the comment count, too. I bet you that's going to be one for that. Now, Keith! Thank you, Steven. Shilaga says, I agree. It has His no cap, me and my homies are just going to buy a plan and I'll get my pilot's license tweet was the icing on the cake. He got roasted. I missed that. I don't know that much about Elijah Schaefer either, so I know that he didn't do work with the Blaze, with Beck's site. Private plans / jets already exist. What didn't you say earlier, Jay? I would have behaved better. Not. I am uncensored. Yeah. Pray for Kyle's mom. Yeah, Kyle's mom is taking this hard. And I can't imagine why not. Or why she's taking this hard either. This is a hard one to do. This is a major, major hard thing to go through. And she's had to look for a year as her kid has been crucified. And I know that the jury is not allowed to go and see news about this trial, but looking in at what she is seeing, because she's probably out there looking at the news, streams like this, probably not this stream, but streams like this, and seeing what people are saying about her. And I mean, the mainstream news has just been atrocious about this thing. They have been monsters. Because they are the gatekeepers for Soccer Mom America, who isn't going to sit down and bother to watch this like the rest of us are. We want all the facts and drawing our own conclusions. We don't want to have this filtered through people in suits that cost more than this house. Fuck that. Let's see. Ron Helton says, wow, my grammar is atrocious today. Try that again. Why didn't you say earlier your mom was watching? I said it when she was on. I don't know if she's still here or not, by the way. I have no idea. I don't know if she took off or not. But yeah, I know that she did because, you know, the surname thing especially. She didn't want to have the name in there. Ron Helton says, yeah, in a world other than this current clown world, Kyle's mom would not be going through this. I don't know that this trial, had it not been... That's the hard part to try and figure out off this, is if this would have made this much of an impact if it wasn't so politicized beforehand. I don't know that this would have even got brought before a judge. I think that Kyle would have had a plea bargain out to reckless endangerment, possibly, or a fine, or possession of a weapon, a fine, and he probably would have walked. Paid a little bit of money into the state in restitution, but walked. I do think that that had this been anything else, I think there would have been a charge. I don't think it would be murder one. Which comes back into the thought. It's just like the Chauvin thing on every other piece of justice that would have been. The Chauvin thing would have been overcharged. He could have had murder 3. Or man 3, not murder 3, man 3. Man 2, I think, was even an overcharge. He could have had man 3 with no problem. You know, you go do 60 days in the county. Because I could see man 3 off of what happened with Chauvin. I absolutely could. And in this one, they could have possibly argued murder 3 on this one, unintentional, or man 2 possibly for this one. They could have argued both of those, but this was way overcharged. They're trying to put murder 1 on this kid, which, as we explained during the Chauvin trial, and this is the same in most states. I mean, it differs state to state, but for the most part, murder 1 is that Kyle Rittenhouse got up in the morning, buttoned up his shirt. No, he's wearing a t-shirt. Pulled his t-shirt over his head, put his hat on backwards, and said, I'm going to kill Joseph Rosenbaum today. That would be murder 1. That's premeditated, planned. Crime of passion may or may not apply to this. But unintentional? Yeah, that's more where I would see off of this. Fight or flight. But they didn't put any of that on the table. They didn't put any of that on the table. So if anything else, if this doesn't go the prosecution's way, it's going to be, of anything, just an overcharge. Because they can't come back and try him for the same instance again on a different charge. That would be double jeopardy. Chilaga says, Ron is chatting like I do regularly. Ron says, I need a wireless keyboard so I can sit back and type. Would have been a lot less typing errors. Shilaga says, I have no dogs or hens though. Man, it would be funny to see everybody's setup. If my desk wasn't atrocious and I didn't have my checkbook or my credit card on my desk right now, I would actually grab the camera and kind of pan out and let you guys see what I'm working with here. Because it's kind of impressive for what I have here. I mean, you can see the corner behind me and the NPC pumpkin, but the computer's down here, the Roswell case with the AMD. What is it? The B2 the B550 Tomahawk is what I have for the board. Yeah, this is what I have into this box right here at my feet. That's the impressive part of this. But then yeah, I got the microphone up here, the arm going back to I got an L-shaped desk and the 3 monitors here. Yeah, sometime I'm going to clean off my desk and I'll show you guys what I'm working with. I'll pull a stream up for that because I'm pretty proud of what I built here and how I built it. Especially with the limited space and the limited funding that I had available. Let's see, what else do we have? Katie Zed says 41 is Lakeshore Drive. That's correct. I thought for whatever reason Sheridan ran into that. Because it's pretty much everywhere else the rest of the way up Wisconsin. All the way up to where it ends, I believe, on the... I think 32 goes all the way up to the Upper Peninsula, doesn't it? Let's look. I know it goes up and goes into Green Bay. I know that. Because I've been on it in Green Bay. But well, not since I was a little kid. I've not been up past Green Bay since I was a little kid. So it would have to know correctly, it would have to cut away from the Lakeshore side to go up into Green Bay. And then, yeah, I know it's Oneida Drive in Green Bay because I've been there. But, I'm sorry, it's Mason Street, not Oneida. Oh, I'm sorry, it changes. It changes highways up there. But I think it ends at 41. I think. Yeah, 41, 141. So yeah, it ends in Green Bay, I believe. No, it doesn't. It kicks back over to the west. I'm sorry. I was wrong again. Like I say, never been on this road out there, but yeah, it kicks back over to the west and it goes... Why am I not showing you guys this? Why am I not showing you guys what I'm looking at here? 32, 32. It goes way up to the middle of the state. That's 45. I think it goes all the way up to the Upper Peninsula. After kicking back that direction. And then follows US 45 up to Lake Superior. In Octagon. I think Elaine for Liberty, by the way, who's a great follow on Twitter if you don't follow her already. I think she's somewhere in the Upper Peninsula too. I know she lives in Michigan. I know because she said that. I've had the conversation with her. I just don't know where, and I think she mentioned it's the UP. The UP! But yes, I guess, well, up until just about Green Bay, it goes along the lakefront. So I thought it just stayed on the lakefront all the way down through Chicago. Maybe even going around into Indiana. I don't know. I don't know my Illinois geography. I don't spend enough time there, and that is by choice. Ron Helton says, I found my internet problem. I repaired as much of it as I can. The junction box of the phone company is rotten. It leaks water. Oh! Well, that'll probably make things a lot easier for you. So you won't be... Well, yeah, that would actually explain why you're running like 20 kilobytes per second when it rains out. Because you got the resistance in the wires. Chilaga says, Illinois. Yeah, no, I used to live on the state line. I get that. I've worked in Illinois before. I don't care for it. Let's see. Not responsible for IDOT even though I pay for it. I am sorry to hear that. It looks like we're running a movement to get people out of Illinois into Wisconsin. So, there's that. Come join the Wisconsin Brigade, and we'll take this state back from Evers. It's a lot closer for us up here than it is down there, I can tell you that. Take the state back from the Evers tyranny. Get more people in here. Get more voters in here. That's what we need to do. Saz says, what are we talking about? Which, by the way, let's go ahead and do that. Let's change the topic here, too. Because we're just chatting right now. We're just doing live chat and talking and going over stuff. So let's change this. See if we can pull some more people in here. Because I pay for Restream, and I can do this on the fly now. There, now we're just chatting stream. Let's do this over on the DLive side too. By the way, I'm probably not going to play Fallout 4 today like I said I was going to, just because of how important this testimony was. Yay, now we're just chatting. Hey, it changed over there too, I can see it. Huh. MMG2323 followed 5 minutes ago. Thank you, MMG2323. Tell a friend, tell 10 friends. Get some more people in here. Ron Helton. Says, what are we talking about? We're talking about some of the trial stuff that happened there. We were talking about the Rittenhouse testimony. But yeah, that's what we just spent the last 4 hours watching and going over. I don't know, like I said, I don't know if I'm going to stream the rest of the testimony off of this, but definitely that was one that I wanted to see. And because Steven started it out too, I wanted to keep it on, turn some pages, so you guys weren't running out to other websites to come and see it. I do want you guys to stay in the family here with us. Let's see. Ron Helton says, spent an hour patching it up to keep the water out. I replaced my phone wire. Says my speed is now 10 times faster, almost 15 megabits per second. Yay! Now you won't lag anymore. Katie Fed says, Lakeshore Drive is also a good song. Debate? What are we debating? Ron says, no, not a lawyer, but our family lawyer tried to get me to go to law school. I almost went to law school. In fact, it was very highly recommended of me when I was in high school because we did a mock trial of Herbert Hoover for dropping the bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and I was the defense attorney, and Herbert Hoover walked under my testimony. I defended one of the greatest war crimes in history, and my client walked. What are we debating? What are we debating? Oh, anarchy versus minarchy. Oh, that's what. Chilaga says I could argue both sides. I'll moderate. Nice. Katie Zed says Elijah was starting right behind that group of cars. He witnessed the whole thing. I didn't know that. I had no idea about that. Interesting. Katie Zed says, like Steven. Yeah. What is your favorite color? I am partial to the color blue, mostly. I enjoy that very, very much. In fact, almost everything that I own, other than my most expensive purchase, my truck, is blue. Anything that I have a chance for, like all my dress shirts are blue. So yeah, that's definitely my favorite color. My table lamp over there is blue. The other computer chair over there that I used to sit in over here, that's blue. Blew his house with a blue little window and a blue Corvette, and everything is blue for him and himself and everybody around, 'cause he ain't got nobody to listen to. I mostly listen to myself, but you guys listen to me. But yeah, like my headphones, they're blue. I chose that specifically. My old microphone before I got the gold one was actually blue, but I had to give the nod out to the EIB. My wireless headphones that I use with my phone and when I'm on the go on Discord, those are blue. The banner on my phone when I get a message, that's blue. Everything, like legitimately everything I have a choice on is blue. I pick blue over anything else, no matter what. Hell, even the Mio that I have in my water right now is blue. Blue fountain pen. All right, what else do we got? Yes, I can see in the regular chat window over there that I am way behind on chat. Let's see. Just keep going, close to 24 hours at this point. Ron Helton says, yep, I missed some of the stream. Gave myself a high and tight haircut. The only one I know how to do. I don't have a high and tight haircut right now. In fact, yeah, that's where we're going for, because we're getting donated. We're donating. They told me that I couldn't sit in the barber chair without a mask, so I said, fuck you. I'm going to use this time and do something good with my hair. And then my fiance left me, so now I have long hair and I'm single, which is lame, because if I had a high and tight, I'd probably be better on the market. But I said, you know what? No, if you're going to do this to me, we're going to do something good with it. And I am growing my hair into a cancer wig for somebody. They need at least 10 inches, and we're getting there. We're doing it. We're definitely doing it. Chilaga says, Elijah obviously can't comment on this case. Now I'm thinking about it. Would be awesome if he took the stand. Why can't he comment on that? I know, again, I'm way behind in the chat. I like this song too, by the way. The one who bears fangs at God. I don't know what game this is from, but I like this song. Let me see if it shows if I Google it. One who bears fangs at God. Oh, Xenogears, that's what it's from. I've never played Xenogears. Maybe I should. What else do we got? Yeah, why can't he take the stand? I don't know what that's about. Katie Zed says, I don't trust the media at all. No, I don't either. That's why I make my own media. That's why I started my own media companies, because I don't trust the corporate media. And I know that there are a lot of you guys out there too. And that's the thing. That's the thing I keep saying when I throw out the donate link, when I say donate to the page, donate to help us get started up, donate to go and get us going here, is because I know that a lot of you people out there would rather get your news from people like me, like Steven, like John Boy, and Seawall, and Midget, and Freckles and Britt, and even little Wyatt, who is still new to the world here. But those of us who have had to make some of the same choices, especially like with me, where I was when before I left Kenosha, where it was, okay, do I buy groceries this week or do I pay the electric bill? How long can I really go without my cell phone? Do I really need to make this repair on my truck right now, or can I do that? I've had to make those decisions. Whereas otherwise, I'm getting my news from somebody who's got a fucking 7-figure suit. He's got the latest Gucci and Armani. His suit costs more than and I rent in an 8-unit building, and I'm sure that Anderson Cooper's suit still costs more than his fucking house. Actually, yeah, I could actually call that a believable number, because I looked on the MLS and I saw what this house sold for the last time it sold. I saw what this 8-unit building sold for the last time it sold, and I'm sure Anderson Cooper's, I'm not going to say how much this building sold for. I know how much it sold for. And I guarantee you Anderson Cooper's suit costs more than this building I'm sitting in right now. I know the number, I've seen it. Let's see, what else here? Ron says it's purely political. They didn't want burn, loot, and murder to burn down the state. Remember Jacob Blake? No, it is Saint Jacob. Hallowed be his name. He is the sainted one who didn't do nothing wrong. Mangrove Merv says, wow, babe, you're like so chiseled. I am not. I am not chiseled at all. Working on it. But see, for a little while, I enjoyed ice cream and pancakes way too much to be chiseled. Yeah, I got a little bit in here. I'm working on it. That's my goal for next summer, is to be back to abs. That's why we do keto, and that's why I go to the gym all the fucking time. And it's kicking my ass, but it seems to be working. It's doing well. You know, I was almost 250 when I started this last round of keto. I'm down to 217. And it wasn't that long ago. Yeah, 217. I weigh way too much to be chiseled. Let's see, what else do we have here? Thank you, Mangrove Merv, by the way, for that. Leibt to the Max says, I think it's insane how the prosecution mentions so many other lawbreakers while questioning Kyle, and how many of those lawbreakers are on trial. Well, I can tell you this. I don't think that Grosskreutz is getting his 10 mil. I can tell you that right off the fucking bat. Let's see. Ron Helton says, don't you understand? Only the state is allowed to take lives and not be punished. And a lot of the times, it's not even self-defense on their part. MMG says, hello, have a good night. Thank you, MMG, and thank you for the follow, too, by the way. And thank you for the resub, Katie Z. I saw that popped up between streams in my announcement bar. Shilhaga says, I still have a pumpkin outside. I will now NPC it. The NPC pumpkin. I love it. I was pretty happy with that. I thought I was going to get a bigger one, but you know, it's nice to have just that little one here behind my elbow, where I can't swing into it. Ron Helton says, one of my neighbors painted theirs, one blue, one red, still on their porch. Ron says, I didn't decorate. My neighbor did enough of that for the entire block. I did hand out candy. Chilaga says, I love Wisconsin. Sturgeon Bay, north of Green Bay is so nice. I've never been that far up the Door Peninsula. I think we did that when I was younger too, actually, but I don't remember it. My sister camps just at the base, and again, I'm not going to name the city, but my sister camps just at the base of the Door Peninsula. And that's where I went last summer too, by the way. I went up there for that. And yeah, that's a really nice area up there. UP, eh? Yeah, the UP there, eh? Chilag says, my wife decorated. I'm anti-Halloween, pro-harvest. Ron says, I've never been to Wisconsin. I watched a video from John Riggs, who went to a gaming convention in Milwaukee the other day. In another life, I'd live in the Upper P. Says MK Ultra. Chilag says, you'd never make it. Katie Z says 41 also runs near my office here in Georgia. Is that US 41? Well, actually, I could see that because it does look like, I'm still looking at the map over here. It looks like it kicks out and does go down at least into Indiana. I don't see where it kicks the next direction, but I can see where it goes down into Terre Haute. And yeah, okay, I can see where it shoots out west too. Because it looks like it goes down into Nashville. I can see that. 41, 41, 41, 41. There's US 11. Where does 41 go down into Georgia? I can see where it comes around on the top of Georgia. Is that Georgia? Yeah, that is. Yeah, I can see where it goes around Chattanooga, but I can't see where it goes around anywhere else. But yeah, I believe, yep, okay, there it goes. I see it into there. Once again, I'm looking at the map and you guys can't see what I'm looking at. So yeah, I guess it does go all the way back down there to US 41. It goes west of Atlanta too, or east of Atlanta. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that either. That is the same 41. Ron Helton says, my dad's mom was from Illinois. Well, Illinois was probably a little bit more based at the time. Leibt to the Max says, Illinois has so many refugees flee. Yeah, I'd like to see some more of that too. Ron Helton says, is there a nickname for the totalitarian state of Michigan? I don't know, we just call it the Mitten up here. Or the Democratic People's Republic of Michigan. Chilaga says, I'm a big map guy. You know who else is a big map guy? The person who started the Lincoln Project. He's a big map guy. But that's probably a different kind of map. D. Zalber Flouten says, oh, who are you talking to? Well, I'm catching up on the live chat that was going on when well, no, we're past where the trial closed out for the day, for sure, but yeah, I'm just taking live chat right now. I don't even know if you're still here right now. There's only 2 people watching on Twitch, so if you're still here, Katie Zed says, seems like everyone in Wisconsin is packing heat. If the witnesses from this trial are any indication. Yeah, I am, so. Life to the Max says, what? Is it really the same 41? Katie says, same 41. It's Cobb Parkway here. Okay. Spartan says, did you see the new Dune movie? If so, what did you think? I don't watch movies. No, I do intend to see the new Dune movie. I want to read the book first, so that's what I want to see. Chilaga says, Jay is way behind on chat. Yeah, I'm catching up, though. Cottonmouth63, welcome on in. That's a new name in here. Cottonmouth says, not guilty. Rittenhouse, not guilty. LMFAO, AR-15-1, skateboard 0. Cottonmouth says, AR-15-1, Commie Medic's bicep gone. Dude, you sound based as shit, Cottonmouth. I hope you stick around. You sound based as ever-loving fuck. I hope you stick around. I really do. Tell a friend. Tell a few more friends. Chilag says, I'm blue. If I was green, I would die. Seems fitting. Ron asks if Spartan saw Dune. Yeah. Cottonmouth says, at least 10 inches. Dang, your girlfriend has large expectations. Nice. Spartan says, Ron, I haven't seen it. Quest says, you best be conditioning with argan oil if you're going to bother to donate your hair. I'm using a rosemary oil. One of the things that happened when I was in the last abusive relationship I was in was the stress did kind of start, and it was a little bit earlier than my dad, but the light spot in the back of the head, it's there. I think my dad was lower 40s when his started. I am upper 30s, so it started a little bit sooner than my dad's did. But I know it's there. Genetically, I know it's coming. I do. I've accepted that. There have been some treatments that I've been able to find. Rosemary oil seems to be one. I am debating going on Hims, but I don't like going to medicine. You guys know that. You know, it's the same thing. I don't take the jab because, you know, I barely take aspirin. So, I don't know. I will look into it. I will think about it. Maybe I'll get sponsored by Hims. Who knows? But, you know, genetically, I knew it was coming. I knew long before. Long before, like, when I was in my early 20s, I knew it was coming. Spartan says, oh, I'm sorry, I misread that too. Spartan says he has seen it. No, I'm going to read the book first. Quest says, the argan oil. Quest says, the NOC actually looks like kind of like Kilroy was here from WW2. Yeah. The NPC. And then the NPC pumpkin. Yeah, they're everywhere. The NPC face is everywhere. Ron says, Spartan, did you see the original Dune and how would you compare the new one to it? Katie says, I'm a big map guy too, the geography kind. Yeah, we had to say that with the map one. Spartan says, I read the books, played the original Dune 2 RTS, seen the Lynch version. The new Dune is woke trash. Good to know. If I read the book, I'll probably still see it though, just to say I did. I know that's queued up in my iPod. I'm working through the Sum of All Fears right now from Tom Clancy. I do know that I also have to go through do Starship Troopers for John because he told me that I have to, so that's the next one. I'll probably do Dune right after that, and then just see what all the hype is about. Shalaga says, I didn't even think about the minor attracted person bullshit. My cell phone. Ron says, Spartan, that's what I thought. SJW, so I decided not to watch it. Spartan says, typical Hollywood vomit, cover-up lack of good acting, and horrible screenplay with nice visuals, special effects, still worth it to see it once. Yeah, that's kind of what I felt with the last round of Star Wars movies, the sequel trilogy. I have not seen Rise of Skywalker. I am probably going to at one point, just, because I've seen all the rest of them. Yes, I know. I say I've only seen 5 movies, and there are 9 Star Wars movies. That is a meme. I've seen more than 5 movies, but I've not seen a lot of the major ones that everyone says, you have to watch. Fuck, I just watched The Karate Kid for the first time this year. And that movie is literally the same age as I am, 1984. And I just saw that for the first time this year. It was a good movie. I kind of regret having not seen it. I want to watch Revenge of the Nerds, but I was way too young for that when that one came out. I found it on Amazon, but it's paid. I know I have Taken queued up too, because that's on Prime right now. My best friend, when I was a kid, and this was about the time that this was coming out too, when it was still brand new, raved and raved and raved about a small B movie that had Brad Pitt in it. It had Brad Pitt, and who was the girl in it? Not Reynolds. What the fuck was her name? Kim Basinger. It had Brad Pitt and Kim Basinger, and it was called Cool World. When we were kids, my best friend raved about that. Thought it was the greatest movie in the world. Thought it was so cool that the girl could, the sexy girl, the stripper and everything. I never saw it when I was a kid because my mom thought it was too graphic for me and too adult for me because, keep in mind, the movie came out when I was 8. I watched it a week ago. That movie sucked. You can say plot hole to the future, Back to the Plot Hole all you want off of there. The Back to the Future movies, which I love, didn't hold a candle to all the plot holes in this Cool World movie. Like how do these people know how to transport back and forth between the real world and the cartoon world? Why is there a cartoon world? Why is there a cartoon world 30 years before this dude starts drawing shit? I don't understand anything that they were trying to do. And the story was just fucking lame, too. If you haven't seen it, don't. It was lame. I regret the 2 hours I spent on that movie. I regret that movie more than The Force Awakens. I regret that movie more than the chick Ghostbusters. I regret that movie more than seeing Hidden Figures. Let's see, what else? What else do we have? Oh, we're backed up again. Life to the Max says, happy birthday, Marines. Hoorah. Spartan says, it is still influenced with Dune, so better compared to a random movie. I have Taken, by the way, queued up on... That's where I was going with that, by the way. I have Taken queued up on Amazon Prime, because that's another one that everyone tells me I'm supposed to watch and I've never seen. I was able to use the quote from the movie when we talked about the guy who killed the boyfriend of his daughter, who sold his daughter into sex slavery. We used that movie quote because that was fun and hilarious. I actually did start watching Taken when I still lived in Kenosha. I started watching it. I had it on the DVR. I watched about 20 minutes into the movie, and then, you know, I got to work, or I got tired, I had to make dinner. I just decided to turn on some stupid fucking sitcom instead, and I never finished it. They tell me it's a good movie. Spartan says the real people acting in all the RTS games is better compared to the new woke Dune. Guilty pleasure of mine. I know we're still against Blizzard because they fucking suck. Even though they made some of my favorite games, their corporate policies suck and I don't want to give them any more money. But one day I would love to see a StarCraft movie. I think that would be hilarious. Especially if they stay true to the rednecks in space part of the first game. And yes, I understand I'm not a real StarCraft player because I never play multiplayer. And I've never gone past the basic in StarCraft 2. And I've never actually finished the original StarCraft either. I've got a little ways into the Brood War, but I've never finished. I take that back. I finished the original StarCraft, but I never finished Brood War. Which I have. I don't know if I have it on. No, I know I don't have it on this computer. I have on my laptop the. Not Mass Effect. What the fuck was it? Mass Recall version. So the StarCraft 2 version of StarCraft 1. And I played through. I've played through all three campaigns on the first, and then I got a little ways into the Terran campaign for Brood War, but because I was so addicted to the F12 to queue up everything, queue up your entire army, I was so addicted to that. I got wasted in the first mission where you were trying to bring Raynor's crew and Kerrigan's crew together in the middle of the map. I got fucking wasted in that because I was selecting all with the hotkey. I think it's F12 is the hotkey. Select all, not thinking of the fact that I was also taking Kerrigan's army at the same time, and Kerrigan's army got fucking wasted. And then I could never just recover back from it. Let's see, what else do we have here? Ron Helton says, watch something that has real merit, like 12 Angry Men, the original or the remake. Yeah, Starship Troopers is a good one. That is the next book that I have up here. Yep, I was almost caught up for a second there, and then we went off on a tangent about me and movies and Cool World. Shilaga's Quest Fanning says Jessica Green is a big fan of Dune and loved the new movie. I consider that a good endorsement. Chilaga says, I gotta go. No need for goodbyes. Peace. Thanks, Jay. Take care, Chilaga. Ron says, I fell asleep 3 times when the original Dune came out. I read the Dune books by Herbert. Spartan says, I would say that if you call the movie an 8 or more, you're not a fan of Dune. I give it a 1 out of 10. Only gets 1 for the special effects. I should give it a 0 for the insults to Frank Herbert's legacy. Ron Helton says, oh yeah, that movie Cool World was corny. I mean, Kim Basinger looked good in it. I'll give her that. She definitely looked better than she did in 8 Mile. She definitely looked better than the cracked out, tranked out, fucking trailer trash character that she portrayed in 8 Mile. Definitely looked better than that. Quest Fanning says, I liked Howard the Duck. Never seen that movie. Ron says, yeah, Howard was a cute movie. Life to the Max says, you should do movie reviews like Matt and Blonde. Well, yeah, we won't go into that. Life to the Max says, you watched The Girl Ghostbusters? Yeah, my girlfriend at the time wanted to go and see it. And I gave it a chance because at the time I still liked SNL. And I thought, okay, this will be cool. They'll have like the SNL writers and it'll be good. Dude, it was trash. It really was. Ron says, I refuse to watch the chick Ghostbusters. They made it about being woke so they can stuff it. Quest Banning says, Hidden Figures was good, what's wrong with it? What I didn't like about it, I liked a lot of the concept of it, I just didn't like the delivery of it. The concept was really good. Like, the idea of bringing this part of history out to it, it's just, I couldn't buy the acting in it. Ron says, what's about? It's a historical fiction. It's about the women who did the math. It was about black women who did the math for the original space shuttle launch. When John Glenn orbited the Earth. And a lot of the number crunchers at the time were, I think it was 4 black women who were working there. And it was about overcoming the racial stereotypes in the 60s. The concept was really good. I liked that. I did not buy a lot of the performances. Katie says, I can talk about video games like Steven can talk about music. Quest says, NASA human computers, black women who are committed to their work despite adverse conditions. Yeah, I did like the Tom Hanks line in that, though, of, you're black or white, we all pee the same color. Let's see. Ron Helton says, the first time that I checked out a book of a public library, one by Robert Heinlein, one of my favorite sci-fi authors. Ron says, have spacesuit, will travel. Quest Penning says, Kim Basinger always looks doable. Nah. 8 Mile, I think she was about at the done with that classification. Katie Zed says, I just read the article about the judge's cell phone. Yeah, I've got that in the stack for tomorrow. We'll be talking about that tomorrow. 1,000 messages today with Restream chat. Holy fuck, you guys. You guys rock. Outlander says Ron Helton. Ron says, okay, I remember reading a news article about those NASA women. NASA still has a lot of women on their teams. And then he says, Outlander was, the movie was pretty good, and that's where we're going to call it. 5 hours of stream, 1,000 messages. Holy shit, you guys rock. A few new subscribers, that's pretty cool. Did we get anything else? Chilaga threw some ice cream. Quest Banning threw some lemons. Ron Helton threw some lemons. Spartan threw some lemons. So, I mean, we got a little bit of currency going over on the D-Live side. We got some new subs and some new follows over on the Twitch side, YouTube. 5 likes, 2 concurrent viewers. Man, this was a good stream. This was a productive stream. I'm really happy that we did this. But all good things must come to an end, and I need to go get something to eat. And I think I'm just going to play video games for the rest of the night. I got to clean some stuff up yet, too. I was going to do a deep clean of my apartment today because I've been neglecting it again. But, you know, then the Rittenhouse thing came up, and I said, no, this could be historic. And Steven's going to go off, so I'm going to go back on so that we still have a place on Turns and Pages Productions that we can do this. Because that was the most important part to me. To do this on turnssomepagesproductions.com. Even though the website's not launched yet, we can get the names out there. turnssomepagesproductions.com. Thank you guys for checking that out. We're going to change the music. Get rid of the other music for now. So thanks everybody who came by and chatted in the live chat, and everybody who was welcoming to my mom as well. Thanks for all the messages, 1,000 messages. That'll be bound to get us recognized on some of these other platforms. That's awesome, you guys. Thank you so much. We'll be back here tomorrow with more contemporary. I'm sure we'll have a lot to talk about, especially with that testimony, some of the articles that are going to come out about it, and the judge's cell phone. Plus, I've got a few other things queued up for that as well. So don't miss that. That is at 7:15 Central Time tomorrow morning. And we will see you then. Until then, I am Jay Edgar, and this is Contemporary. Take care.